tight, but I'll tell you what, this could be a classic. If both these players produce or bring their A games to the table, I think we're in for a treat today.
Yes, agreed. I think they're capable of bringing the best out in each other. And the stakes are high for Williams, as we've mentioned. Not only that £85,000 first prize, it would be his first ranking title for 6 years and more, but it would also guarantee him a spot for the World Championship.
Well, and that's it, isn't it? In as much that, he's come here with purpose. Mark Selby, the defending, world champion, I should say. He will be defending world champion in a couple of weeks' time and world number one. Miles ahead of everybody else, as you mentioned already, Phil. But Mark Williams came here with a purpose. He's got himself into the final. He's got one hand on the trophy, plus one hand or 1 foot into the last 16 at Sheffield. So, there's a lot at stake for him. Notwithstanding the fact they're playing for £50,000 today. Oh, well, first blood to the Englishman.
Yes, and another very interested observer today, of course, will be Ryan Day, who's currently sitting in that 16th and final seeded spot for the Crucible. And he's good mates with Mark Williams, his countryman, but I've got a feeling he's going to be a big Mark Selby fan today. Yeah,
and I'm sure Ryan is probably sitting at home and watching, good morning to you, Ryan, but we can't do anything about it. But he's going to obviously be an interested spectator as to how things unfold today.
I wonder if he's watching from behind his sofa with his eyes partially covered.
Probably.
Well, he's played some good stuff this season. Ryan Day, of course, he was runner-up at the World Grand Prix to Barry Hawkins. And he certainly earned his spot in the top 16, but it could yet be wrested from him by the guy who's just played that safety.
Well, two great match players all round, very, very strong in every department. But this guy has had to battle through a couple of matches this week, and that's why I think we're just putting him slight favourite.
Yes, he started shakily, didn't he, against the unheralded Adam Stefanoff. He was 2-0 down, he might have been 3-0 down, missing all sorts early, and then suddenly clicked into gear pretty spectacularly. And then was a little bit fortunate to get past Andrew Higginson, who had a couple of good chances in their deciding frame. But Selby, as we know, is made of granite. He is so difficult to beat.
Knocked a few of these in this week. Oh, very close. Well, he must have thought that was in going down.
And it's been Williams' long potting this week, which of course has been a feature of his whole career, that has been key to a lot of his victories. He's potted pressure balls, difficult balls at key moments. That's got him through quite a few matches.
Well, I said to David Henley yesterday, Phil, isn't it nice to see Mark, he's what, 41 now? And isn't it nice to see him back playing as well as he is? We know what to expect from this guy, but nice to see that Mark Williams is competing again at top level. He's always been a class act.
Yes, and he sometimes needs a bit of a crisis to galvanise him into his best form, and I guess the prospect of missing out on a seeded spot at the Crucible is something of a crisis, and he's responded, hasn't he?
Absolutely, but he's got to jump over that last hurdle now.
Nearly fell out of the top 32 a few seasons back and responded by winning the German Masters and getting back to world number one. But this guy has been world number one now for a very long time and is set to remain that way for the foreseeable future and beyond.
Indeed. Oh, Mark Williams' attempt at that red was so close. I mean, these could have been his, actually. Well, Mark Selby taking the opportunity to open them up and stay on this red.
16.
Terrific match yesterday with Kyron Wilson, particularly after the interval. Selby led 3-1, but Wilson came out all guns blazing, made 80 and then 130 clearance.
70.
But that just inspired Selby to produce his best.
9 frames in this opening session. That'll be interesting to see how those 9 frames unfold. But it's the Englishman in early here in the opener. Well, as usual, probably just go on automatic pilot.
Selby said ahead of this final that he feels like the defending champion because, of course, he missed the event 12 months ago, opted not to play in China, but the year before he won the tournament, so he's looking effectively for back-to-back wins here.
Yeah, good analogy.
32.
Just a little bit far on this red, but he can stun over for the black again.
Okay. 33.
Probably play a little cannon into the right-hand red of the 5 here. Just nudge them open a little bit more. Didn't have to. It's the one just this time of the pink that will go. Yep, that's the one he's played on.
Going for his 4th ranking title of the season today, Selby. Won the Paul Hunter Classic right at the start of the campaign and has added the International Championship and the UK Championship this season. Astonishing consistency.
41.
Made light work of that one. Oh, wow, that's unbelievable.
Selby, 47.
Very surprising, given how well he was cueing. It was looking like a frame-winning contribution. A let off for Williams, 48 the lead.
Well, 2 great players, and obviously we're hoping for a great final. I'm sure it will be. I think he's just landed a little bit straight on this black to do anything with the cue ball. Well, he's got a little bit of angle, but not much.
Williams' biggest test this week, of course, came against his great rival John Higgins, and he was in all kinds of trouble, 4-1 down, but played some tremendous stuff to win 4 on the bounce. He's missed that one by quite a way.
Yeah, I mean, I think he just clipped the other red on the way through, actually.
Sweet as the proverbial nut. So that surprise miss from Selby when he was in initially doesn't look like being costly.
Yeah, just looking at the betting for the World Championship 2 weeks yesterday, Phil, he's co-favourite with Judd Trump at 9-2, but I think if he wins today, he'll go favourite. Probably come in half a point, 4, something like that.
Well, the advantage he has over Trump, of course, is that he's been there and done it before, twice.
And that is the thing, you know, first of all, the hard part is getting the first one, And then when you get the second one, the pressure goes off a little bit, doesn't it? And there's no doubt this guy's capable of winning 3 or 4, even 5. Now he's got the second one. He's thinking, well, 2, but I want 3, I want 4.
Yes, and if he does retain his title this season at the Crucible, he'll become only the 4th player to have achieved that. Only Hendry, Davis and O'Sullivan have successfully retained the World Championship.
Ooh.
Mark Selby.
Well, he's played it in such a way to cover it with the black. Yes, and also with what he's earned here this week, and also guaranteed at Sheffield, he will go past the £1 million mark in 2 seasons.
With the World Championship to come.
Incredible.
Foul. Mark Williams 1. Mark Selby 4.
Just fell short on hitting the green. And of course, in doing so, he left that red on for Mark Selby.
1.
Well, we know now that the first frame of this final is going to Mark Selby.
8. 15.
We did mention he struggled early on in this tournament, but certainly found his feet as he came through. And once you get these top stars into the sort of the quarters and the semis, they just get stronger and stronger. And Mark has certainly done that over the last couple of rounds. Played a pretty solid frame here. Mark had half a chance. Mark Williams, that is.
24. $27.
Just looks very relaxed these days. Life is good for Mark Selby, and Mark knows he's got to work on today to get that 16th spot at Sheffield. Mark Selby he's in control of himself. He's in control of everything at the table, and at the moment he's quite formidable.
$36.
Not too shabby with the reverse side.
$41. $47.
Well, Mark Williams had a bit of a chance halfway through the frame. Couldn't quite take it.
Yes, Mark Selby needed a couple of opportunities, but that clearance of 50 plus from the world number one gives him the opening frame pretty comfortably. First blood to him, but a long way to go. The final is underway here in Beijing. The China Open, Mark Selby taking on Mark Williams in their 17th encounter. Williams having won 9 of the previous 16, but it's Selby with a 40 plus and a 50 plus break who's taken the opening frame.
Just one or two latecomers coming in, settling into their chairs.
9 frames, remember, in this first session. A possible 19 to decide the champion, the first to 10 to be crowned the winner.
Great pot. Wasn't sure whether he could pot that and avoid the black, but that was superb, especially at that weight. Looking to hit straight back then in this second frame. You can't win the match in this session, first session, but you can certainly do some damage. We've seen it before when people have won 7 or 8 frames out of the 9. I don't think that's going to happen with these two today. They're both playing too well. 5-4 would be nice. Set things up lovely for the second session for Messrs. Hendon and Johnson. Oh, well, okay.
Mark Williams, 3.
A surprise.
Yes, you can't afford to miss threads like that today to beat Selby. You've got to take those chances. Very early in the piece, perhaps still getting used to being in another major final. It's been a while for Williams.
1.
And that only just went in.
Well, it's just me, Phil, but I think these top 2 pockets have been quite generous this week. They've been going off the angles, haven't they? I know there's been a refit since before the semi-finals, but 1 or 2 have fallen in off the side cushion, which I didn't think would have gone in normally.
Yeah, I agree. We've seen tables this season which have been a little bit more demanding.
Mark Selby just put his hand up there, saying I was a little bit lucky to land on this one. But hey, when you're playing well, you play in this world, you know things happen for you. Yeah, I just think these I don't know why. It's strange, isn't it? It's a strange one because the template has been the same for the last 30 odd years or so, and yet in some tournaments you just feel that the top 2 pockets can be a little bit more generous. I think that's been the case this week.
Just give me a second, please, Mark.
Yeah, Verhaas asking for a bit of extra time to spot the pink, which is surrounded by the reds, as you see. It's interesting, isn't it? I'm sure most of the top 16, although obviously Ryan Day would be a dissenting voice, will be kind of hoping that Williams wins today, because you'd
15.
back him, wouldn't you, frankly, to come through qualifying, even though there are 3 rounds, and none of those elite 16 players would want to face Mark Williams in the first round.
No, not in the form he's shown this week.
That would be a tough draw for anyone.
But I can assure you, Mark Selby will not do Mark Williams any favours today. He's here to win this tournament.
16.
He wants this.
Well, winning is a habit, isn't it? And if he can arrive in Sheffield having just lifted another major trophy, that can only benefit his confidence. Mind you, he missed the last 2 tournaments before the World Championship last year and still managed to win it. So that's the thing about Selby. He can win in all sorts of different ways. He's got so much in his game to fall back on.
What about that? Okay, he's covered the black up a little bit, pushed the pink to the top cushion, but it's good cannon. Well, the black won't go to the left, of course, so I think it might be down for the blue again.
22.
It's already looking as though Williams misread, though. Might be very costly.
Yeah, and Mark Selby this week, he's got a slight angle on the blue. He's been very solid once he's been in and amongst the balls. Oh, that was a kick. Sounded heavy.
Yeah, Bahas taking a bit of extra time to polish the blue.
27.
Still in decent position though. Cue ball getting the same treatment.
Black goes to the right corner here. You can concentrate on those two rows near the black. Get rid of those and open things up
28.
at the centre of the table. Matt Selby, this is. He's had 5 centuries this week. Mike Williams has only had 1, actually. Judd Trump at the top with 6, including that maximum the other day. How good was that? Especially that red to the right middle. It went in about 100 miles an hour. How that stayed in, I've no idea.
35.
At that acute angle, it was the shot of the tournament, wasn't it? Particularly given what it led to.
Yeah.
And his first live on TV as well.
36.
Well, you've got to think about the one-handed out of the snooker pot by Mike Williams against Sean Murphy. And, of course, that red that Kyron Wilson knocked in, what was next to the blue, into the right corner. Those are the 3 shots that really stand out.
Yes, and unless one of these 2 players make a maximum today, that break has earned Judd Trump a cool £32,000. The 5,000 prize for
43.
the 147 rolls over for every tournament it's not made, so it was a very apposite moment to make one.
44.
2,000 bonus for the highest break, which applies to every tournament. So Trump's done pretty well again this week, even though his defence of the title was ended by a tremendous performance from Iran's
51.
Hossein Vafai, making his first ever ranking semi-final before being stopped by Williams.
52.
And this is looking like 2-0 to the Leicester man.
Yes, he started in great rhythm, hasn't he? Did miss a couple in the first frame, but he's looking good. Chasing an 11th ranking
57.
title today.
$58. 63. $64.
Yes, the crowd know that was frame ball. And this all the result, of course, of Mark Williams missing a red that he would normally get. Selby punishing him to the full to double his lead.
71. $72. $79. Okay.
He's made 45 century breaks this season. $463 for his career.
$87.
What a terrific pot that was.
88.
Still going to have to go some to make another century.
Yeah, I think he's got a slide angle on the brown to get over for this last red, though. Stun over. Who's gone to nudge it? Oh, what an effort that is. Unlucky. Now then, can he knock this red in? Tell you what, it's not far away. Oh!
Well, what these guys can do when the pressure's off and the frame is won has to be seen to be believed. Nothing's safe.
No, and I think it's not too bad when the pressure's on either, you know what I mean? They do produce, don't they?
Terrific break from Selby. What a way to punish your opponent's mistake.
Yeah, career number 464, 46th this season. I think he's missed that, though.
Mark Selby, 100.
No matter, the century already secured, and more importantly, from Mark Selby's point of view, the frame as well, after Mark Williams had the first chance, but missed a red that he'd normally get, and how he's been punished. Selby doubles his lead to 2-0. A flying start from the world number one, Mark Selby, in his bid for an 11th ranking title in a second China Open crown. Mark Williams already 2-0 down, just half an hour gone. Missed a red in the second frame and sat out the remainder of it. Selby with his 6th century of the week. And that's not the best of break-offs from Williams. He's going to need to tighten up a little, I fancy, because Selby looks in the mood to punish. Williams has had a lot of success down the years in this tournament. He's won it 3 times. Very happy memories of playing in Beijing. Not this time for Selby. The way he's been queuing, I half expected him to get that.
Yeah, it wasn't very close, was it? I think he actually said close, sarcastically said close, which meant he was miles away. So an early chance in this third then for Mark Williams. He needs to start putting frames on the board. Doesn't hit the panic button too early, Mark Williams, Phil, does he? He's so laid back.
If ever.
Yeah, well, exactly.
One of his great strengths, his attitude, his approach.
Well, he's got the one to the middle. I think he's played on one of the reds right of the pack.
He did a bit of amateur boxing, didn't he, Mark Williams, before he turned pro as a snooker player, and I think he takes the view that whatever happens on the snooker table, it's got to be better than being hit in the face.
Well, exactly. He took one of those and he said, I've had enough of that.
I think he also took a trip down the coal mine once as well when he was a boy and realised what real work was compared with snooker. A relative walk in the park. So he has a great perspective on the game.
Yeah.
He doesn't take it too seriously.
No. And he's just about on the £5 million mark as well, earnings at the table. I think he's something like 3rd or 4th in the list as regards earnings. Definitely the top 6.
Well, there's no doubt, whatever happens for the remainder of his career, that he'll go down as one of the greats to have won the 3 most cherished snooker prizes twice each. World, UK and Masters makes him one of the greats, no question about it. And when you consider the era he's played in as well, the likes of Higgins and Hendry, O'Sullivan, and still going strong at 42 against the world number one here. So tremendous longevity from Williams.
Yeah, and you know, it's just the amount of tournaments these boys are playing in now. It's fantastic, really.
26.
And I mean, you look at all the players around at 40 plus, Phil. I think the 40 is the new 20.
It appears that way. It shows that experience counts for a great deal.
But he could do with this one on the board and kickstart his final.
34. 41.
Looks fairly straight on this red. Could do with a nice angle on the black here to get into the bunch. No, it would have been nice if it was dead straight.
42.
No, I don't think he's gone far enough. I don't think he's got any angle on this black. Unless he can play it off the side cushion with topspin. Well, what about that? What a great effort that is. I mean, the black wasn't clean, but at least he managed to finish the pack open.
That was a tremendous shot. Could be a frame winner.
Just gone a little bit further on the blue than he would have liked. There's a couple of reds open here, but I just wonder whether he might choose and go into them again. Yeah, he's got the yellow. There's one in the middle of the pack and obviously the loose one. He might play the yellow here and come down the left-hand side, unless he floats the blue in off the top cushion. Ooh.
I think that's what's known as dead weight.
And it's nicely on the red. That wouldn't have got there on your club table. But halfway.
Yes, though I do think the tables have been playing a little on the sluggish side by modern standards this week.
Mm. Yeah, I think this one, number one's been okay. Number two, one or two players have had problems shifting the cue ball around this week. I know what you're saying, Phil. We've seen tables this year that have been absolutely lightning fast. They've been like skating rinks.
He's taken these beautifully so far, Williams, after Selby missed
64.
the long red.
Well, again, he's finished a little bit straight on the black. He wanted to be low on it to stun up for the red. He might have enough angle just to power this in. He's looking at the right-hand red of the three now.
Well, he only needs the black to make the frame safe, so no alarms regardless.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, he had enough of an angle. Just wonder if we can see back-to-back centuries here. One for each player, though. I think there's enough room. That does go.
He's perhaps mindful that Mark Selby is a past master at getting snookers and he doesn't want to take any liberties here.
Good point. And it's only one snooker to tie.
Ordinarily, Williams would have got down and knocked this in, but he's very respectful of his opponent's abilities.
Dead straight behind it, no problem. It will go, but he's got a slight angle. I think, again, as you say, Phil, the only problem he's got if he takes it on, he's splitting the others as well. But if this goes in, it's definitely 2-1. Oh, well. Don't know what all the fuss was about.
72.
And I'm not sure why he held his hand up in apology there. What's he got to be sorry about? This has been a
79.
superb break. And just the response Williams needed after losing the first two, particularly given that he had the first chance in the second frame. Selby punishing him with a century, and he's threatening to return the compliment here.
Yep, and he could still finish at 2-all at the interval, which would be nice for him.
87.
We just knew once these two boys were in the final, though, Phil, this is going to be a fascinating encounter.
Yes, and when you're dealing with players of this calibre, they generally have the ability to bring the best out in each other, and if one raises their game, the other is inspired to do likewise, and that's what's happening in the early stages here. Long may it continue. First three frames have flown by.
92.
Well, he has just made the 1 century this week. That was in the semi-finals against Fafai. But he's surely going to make another one now. It's not something that has particularly concerned Williams down the years, the number of centuries that he makes. He could have made a lot more. Many times he's got past the winning line and then just nudged the white and said to his opponent, let's just get on with the next one. In contrast, of course, to his great friend Stephen Hendry, who was always pathological about clearing the table at every opportunity.
Even in practice. I used to practice with him up in Stirling. 2 or 3 reds on the cushion. He was determined to knock every ball in.
106.
Well, this has been tremendous. It really has. It will be nice to see him clear them all here.
Lovely start to this final.
109.
That's Mark Williams' career century, number 381.
Yeah, it's still a pretty impressive tally, isn't it?
Well, as you say, I mean, there could have been another 100 on top of that, couldn't there, really? He's backed away on 80 odd and whatever before. At least, I think, at least 100.
It will be his 24th of the season.
180.
But he'll feel well and truly part of the China Open final now. He's showing Mark Selby how well he's playing.
124.
Very nearly, not quite. He'll settle for 124, but that was a terrific break from Mark Williams and a great riposte to losing the first couple of frames. So battle is well and truly joined here. Selby's lead halved to 2 frames to 1. Mark Selby breaking off in frame number 4. The first 3 have flown by, and we've already seen 2 centuries, including a tremendous 124 from Mark Williams after Selby had made a flying start. So the standard already sky high. This is the final frame before the first interval.
Good return there. Just look at the pace. Great tacticians, both of these players have got, well, just all-round players, that's it. Strong in every department. That's the fascination of this final today. Who's going to be the winner? Who's going to pick up the cheque for £85,000 and have a confidence booster going into Sheffield in 2 weeks' time? Well, Mark was up off in the shot there pretty quickly, actually. He knew he was looking like catching that thick, which he has done. Hasn't got the cue ball past the bolt line, so a chance here for Mark Williams. Don't know if the black goes into the left corner. Oh, foul. A foul was called. He must have touched the brown. The referee, Jan Verhaas, saw Mark. Well, he must have done something with the brown.
Wow.
I wonder if we can get a replay on that. It's just slightly off its spot, actually, so he must have nudged it.
Mark Selby was just querying what happened there. He didn't see it. I'm not sure if Mark Williams felt it either, but Jan Verhaas, eagle-eyed. But what a mistake from Williams. But that was a great opportunity, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now, can Selby punish that?
Might do.
Why?
Well, that could be very significant, Phil. You know, it could have been 2-2, and it might be 3-1 going into the first interval. I don't know whether we can get a replay on that to see what happened, but he's obviously caught the brown somewhere along the line when he's got down with the cue or with the shirt, something like that.
Five.
It's unfortunate, but Mark Selby will be looking to punish.
Six.
Yeah, you clearly saw Williams nudge the brown there with his cue.
Yeah.
Well spotted, Jan Verhaas. Could be a significant moment in this first session because Williams had just come off that superb century and you'd have backed him to make another big break. But the chance that he should have had has fallen now to Selby.
12.
Ooh, now then. I don't think he's got there for the left-hand red. He can play the one right of the black, but I think he's played on the one to the left of the black. Oh, the way he's queuing, I expect him to knock this in.
Not easy, though.
No. Huh. Was it ever in doubt? There's no doubt, Phil, that he's playing some stuff at the moment. It really is.
Yeah, he made that look much easier than it was. And once again, I think we've seen tables this season where he would have got position on his intended red there, but it did seem to pull up quite prematurely. No matter, though. On we go.
$23.
Well, he's just in the zone. His concentration is great. He's queuing well. I'm sure also looking forward to the defence of his world title in a few days' time.
30.
Go home and see his lovely wife Vicky and lovely daughter Sophia. Have a few days off, chill out, and then back down to business for Sheffield.
31.
And you know, Marks will do. You'll probably be straight back on the practice table by about Tuesday. Probably have one day
off.
As
late as that?
Yeah, yeah. Well, Monday night then when he gets back.
Maybe he'll arrange to have a table on the plane home.
I'm sure he'll have a few days off. Deserves it.
Might struggle getting it level, but...
Well, remember Joe Johnson went to play an exhibition on the QE2, didn't he? And there was in dock, and the ship took on ballast, and all the balls went to one side cushion. I mean, Joe's good, but he's not that good.
39.
Well, every one of these balls that disappears is going to be a bit of a dagger into the side of Mark Williams, who knows that these could and perhaps should have been his, were it not for that inadvertent nudge on the brown with his cue.
Yeah, he's just overdone that one slightly though on the intended red. Still had this one as insurance to the middle.
$47.
That needs to slow down.
50.
Break goes to 50. A couple of reds with colours. Well, I think, what, 3 reds required here to make it 3-1 at the first interval.
And what a standard we're seeing here.
Incredible.
51.
We've only been playing not even 50 minutes yet. We're very nearly at the end of our first 4 frames.
It's been very clean, fella, hasn't it? There's not been a lot of safety. There's been 1 or 2 returns and that back to ball, but it's all been one visit stuff.
Yeah, yesterday in our second semi-final between Selby and Kyron Wilson, it took about this time to win the first.
Well, there's a young man in one of the front rows there, and he's asleep. I can't believe he's asleep through all this. Well, what does he want?
I was going to say, he's a tough gentleman to please if he's finding this boring.
I think somebody should give him a nudge, tell him what he's missing, because this is terrific stuff.
The crowd always alive to frame ball, which that was. So it's going to be 3-1 Selby, and that's an early blow for Williams, because had it not been for that foul on the brown, it could well have been 2 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, he knocked the red in. He was bang on the black.
$65.
Well, this is going to be incredible. This could be the 3rd century on the bounce. $100 by Mark Selby. 1-2-4 for Mark Williams in the last frame. Just missing the final black, playing the double. Doesn't get better than this, Phil. This is what it's all about, isn't it? This is 2 top-class quality players playing at the best.
When it really matters in a major final. Great to watch. And we've got 17 days of this kind of stuff coming up, of course, to complete the season at the Crucible. Can't wait for that. But there's a feast of snooker to be enjoyed before then.
Well, there's 1 or 2 players ducked out this China Open this year, but this guy decided to come here. He wanted to do some fine-tuning for Sheffield, and his game is in a good spot.
87.
And the scary thing for the rest of the field is that even when it's not, he's still incredibly difficult to beat.
Wow.
So when he starts firing, well, take cover.
Yeah. He puts that titanium suit on. Still needs the yellow and the green here
95.
for the 3rd century of this final. The 2nd for him. Go on, keep going, keep going. Yeah, should be okay. Well, what can you say? This is brilliant stuff. I mean, we said once Mark Williams had fouled on that brown with the cue, we were thinking, will he get punished? Well, there's your answer.
It really is clinical stuff with a capital C from Mark Selby.
Well, that's about 50 minutes into the first interval, Phil. And 3 centuries.
Saving the very best till last. And what a treat for the crowd. They're being royally entertained here.
Wow.
Well, that doesn't matter. Incredible. 3 centuries in 3 frames. And Mark Selby punishing Mark Williams when he touched the brown as he was addressing his opening red. And had he not touched the brown, he might well have made a similar sort of break for 2-all. In the event, at the interval, it's 3-1 Selby. Well, if the second half of this first session is as good as the first, what a treat we're in for. And Mark Williams playing catch-up. And it was the manner in which he let Selby in that 4th frame that will hurt, because, of course, he just nudged the brown with his cue as he was addressing the red, and then spent the rest of the frame in his chair, Selby, with his 2nd century. So 3-1. There are 5 more frames to come in this session. And, of course, a possible 10 in the evening session here in Beijing later on today.
Well, the world #1 world champion has put a little bit of daylight between them in those 4 frames. Can he push on here? great standard from these two already, which was expected actually, the way they've both been playing this week. Let's not forget the importance for Mark Williams today. If he can win this final, he'll be number 16, I should say, number 16 seed at Sheffield in a few days' time. And of course, that will put out Ryan Day. I'm sure that he's an onlooker today. It's out of his hands. A mistake. Looking to put the white on the top cushion. That's poor from him, and he knows it. Well, he was punished for that mistake in the last one, as we said, when he just nudged the brown. Will he get punished here in the same vein? Probably. Don't know whether Mark can get a little cannon on the red right of the black here. The angle might be just too wide. Well, he had to negotiate the cue ball around a couple of reds and for the blue, but he's out of position. So, black's no good. I don't think there'll be a high break coming up here. Not at this visit, anyway.
Green ball. Mark Selby 1.
Might be able to get him behind the black here. Little half stun shot. Well, just rolling behind it, same thing. Not touching. Obviously the problem is the red up the table, but I thought, well, if this carries on, there might be a re-rack here. Neither player wanted to take the cue ball down the other end of the table. I think we're heading for a re-rack. Jan Verhaas will probably say to the boys, what, a couple of shots each. So a chance for Mark here to Mark Selby, of course, to get the white back into bulk. Well, that could have been better. Well, it goes without saying how important the next couple of frames are for the Welshman. Yeah, it wasn't the best safety that Mark Selby's ever played, and it could get punished.
Five. Six.
You can just hold for the red nearest the pink here.
Nine. Ten. $17. 18. 25.
It's great when you see two great players playing at this level, Phil, isn't it? It's such a fine line.
Yes, and important that Williams hits back after losing that fourth frame. That might have been his, were it not for the foul on the brown.
26.
The way he was queuing, you'd have backed him to do something similar to what Selby did.
Well, he made that look easy. Now this could be a key shot here into the pack. Well, he's nudged one out, but he's left this red on as we watch the replay. He didn't quite hit the pink full ball. And this red on the left-hand side is quite thin to cut back.
Yes, it's trickier than it might appear on your screen there. It is a very thin cut.
And it's difficult to control the cue ball. It could finish anywhere. Oh, well, that will do nicely.
32.
Williams said ahead of this final that he wasn't anxious or nervous about the prospect, but just excited to be back in a major final. And of course, a bonus as he apologises for that unintended nudge off the red. But not just the title, remember, at stake for Williams, but a guaranteed spot at the Crucible as well. So much to play for him today. And he's had a bit of luck there.
38.
Yeah, it's been a great standard already from these two boys. Well, that's not perfect
43.
because he wanted to be straight on one of these reds, so he could have got on the black. He might have to come back for the pink or the blue now. A terrific start to this final, though. Great play from both of them.
Well, they're certainly looking lethal when they're in amongst them, that's for sure. We've had a 50 clearance from Selby in the first frame, the 3 centuries of course, and now 50 and counting from Williams. Doesn't get much better.
67.
Well, this red and probably one more colour. Well, pink or black. Might stay on the pink. That will be enough.
58.
Well, Mark Selby's safety into bulk wasn't quite good enough. He allowed Mark Williams to take on the red to the right middle, knocked it in. Okay, he had that little nudge on the red with the blue, but he'll take anything at the moment. But the rest of it has been superb.
Once again, the crowd acknowledging the ball that leaves Mark Selby
64.
requiring snookers, but can he see this red? He'd love another one.
I think he can just kick it in with a bit of side. Oh, I don't know.
One snooker to tie as things stand.
Yep, just enough. I'll tell you what, Phil, what a treat this has been for the crowd here, and us.
Well, it's been whirlwind snooker, hasn't it? I'm not sure we quite expected this kind of high-octane stuff in the early stages anyway. But it's been terrific. Great spectacle. And a really important frame, of course, for Williams to win, to keep him in touch with Selby.
71. 72.
And maybe the interval came at the right time for him. He would clearly have been disappointed to have given up that opportunity in the fourth frame because of the foul.
Well, I think he'll try and nudge the other red off the cushion here. There could be another century coming up. I mean, that would be four in what, 5 frames? That would be incredible. Oh, unlucky.
4 in 4 frames.
Sorry, of course, yeah. Well, he's got a bit to do here now. He'll be a bit disappointed that he didn't take that red off the cushion more than that.
Well, there aren't many better in the business from long range than Williams. Can he sink this one and keep hopes of the century alive?
Hope so.
Not this time. But he'll settle for 82. A terrific response from Williams once again. And he shaves a frame off Selby's lead and is within a frame now of the world number one. Selby leading 3-2. Welcome back to Beijing. Mark Selby 3, Mark Williams 2. Another big break, this time 80 from Mark Williams to close the gap to 1. And a bit of shenanigans while you were away for the commercials.
Yeah, Jan Verhaas was set with Mark Selby's gone out of the arena, and Jan Verhaas was setting up the balls, and there was only 14 reds, and Mark Williams had pinched one of them, put it in his pocket. So Jan Verhaas went, "You haven't nicked one of them, have you?" What's he like?
He is a cheeky chappy. He's Mark Williams, always has been. Never really grew up. But he'll be delighted to have won that fifth frame. Keeps him right in contention. Both players absolutely ruthless at the moment. When they get the chance, they're taking it. Four more frames in this first session. First to 10 to be crowned champion.
It was funny, that, wasn't it? I mean, imagine Jan Verhaas could have been looking around the table for quite some while for that 15th red. But he knows what Mark Williams is about. He knows what he's like. And that's why he immediately went to him.
Well, it shows how relaxed he is, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's just enjoying being here, as he said ahead of the final. It was a long shot for me to have any sort of chance of qualifying as of right for the World Championship without having to go through the qualifying rounds. And now I'm a match away from doing it. Am I nervous? Am I anxious? No, I'm just looking forward to it.
And that magnificent trophy in the background as well, together with a cheque for £85,000 later today.
Which he's lifted 3 times, of course, so this is a tournament he loves to play in. He's had a lot of success. But I think this might be the most special if he could lift it this evening. For all it would mean. Get back in the winner's enclosure after a 6-year hiatus.
Well, that's helped a little bit. If it had caught the green full ball, then Mark Selby would definitely be taking this red onto the right corner, but now it's just clipped it and gone to the right. Might not. too thick. He played a poor safety in the last one, allowed Mark Williams in to punish, and he's played another one. Well, that will annoy him. That was a really good chance to get in. I mean, it wasn't easy. The one near the black spot was about the same. It's a nice difficulty, but
it was a tough red, wasn't it?
Yeah, but these guys played at such a level, Phil, that he would have expected to knock that in and get in. Now, Mark does have this red on the right-hand side.
Somewhat easier than Williams.
Yeah, difficult to control the cue ball, though. He could be going into other things here. At least make sure the pot. Oh, nicely done. Oh, well calculated there off the edge of the pack.
Well, he held his hand up again, but he looked as though he played it, didn't he? I mean, obviously, you're trusting to luck to some degree. It could have gone wrong.
Yeah, but I think the way the balls were set and the pack, that was always going to happen. What it does mean, though, Mark Selby is bang in here.
Yeah, and that normally spells the end of the frame after about 7 or 8 minutes.
Certainly has done today so far. It's just been a terrific start to this final of a very high standard. Pray it continue.
8. $15. $60. $21. Yep. Thank you. 22. $27. $28. 33. $34. $39. $40.
Nice cannon there. This is probably going to be normal service resumed. What a final this is. What a standard from these two. You did mention it, Phil. They're bringing the best out of each other.
Yes, whoever gets in is making hay. And at the moment, Selby making just a little bit more than Williams.
48.
So it's going to come down to who makes the fewer mistakes, I think, as regards who lifts that wonderful gold-plated trophy.
Yeah, he's just got to touch aside on the cue ball there, and he's just gone too far on the blue. He might play the yellow. He's looking at this two-ball plant in the middle of the bunch to the right corner, so he can get on this plant from the yellow. Yep, it's on.
50.
It's not dead set, but just got to be careful he doesn't squeeze it too much. I think pretty full on the first red, should be okay. Oh, he squeezed it.
Well, we've seen precious few errors like that today.
Well, the way he's played it, he's played to the left of the first red. I think it just needed to be fullish. That's a big mistake there, because that was definitely a plant.
So, Williams comes to the table, 50 adrift. This would be a big frame to pinch. Plenty to do, but if he could, that would be a real boost for Williams and a bit of a blow for Selby.
Yeah, he couldn't have hit that any better. Lovely shot to get on the blue. But they're all there. It's down to him.
And these are the kind of clearances you need to make if you're to win a ranking title against the world #1 and world champion.
6.
He's done it thousands of times before.
Yeah, this is not 100% though. He's just left it a little bit in between. Oh, that's a great recovery. And I think the middle one of the three will go as well. I'll tell you what, if he wins this frame, Phil, a little statement of intent to Mark Selby, saying I'm still here.
Well, and from 3-1 down, it would be a great result, wouldn't it?
15.
To be level pegging again with 3 more frames to come in this first session.
Yeah, what a terrific session it's been so far. It's been very, very clean. There's not been too much safety because these boys are queuing that well. They say it's been sort of one visit stuff. Apart from the first one, but we'll forget about that one.
Yes, and even that featured a 40 plus and a 50 plus break. There's barely been any safety in this match so far. Complete contrast to Selby's semi-final against Karen Wilson, where we saw safety right out of the top drawer in the first 4 frames in particular, and then the break started to flow after the interval.
Yeah, he did mention to me it got better as it went on.
31.
Not sure whether he can pot that red if he gets high. He'll probably play the one on the cushion first, get that one out of the way, then he can play a cannon. The only problem is when you're playing the cannon into that red and the pink, obviously it's masked behind the pink. If you miss it, you'll leave yourself snookered. Let's see what he does with this. He's already checked that red. Now I just wonder whether he'll play up for the red or try and play the nudge it.
39.
Well, he won't nudge it from there. He's gone too far. Not best pleased. All he had to do is leave himself the perfect angle. He might be able to just power this in and come off the side cushion. We saw that a few frames ago when he went into the side of the pack. No, not enough angle.
Looks like the snooker instead.
Yeah. He's got himself back into this frame though, but he wanted to win it at this visit. Oh, what's he done? What's he done there?
Well, that is a shocker from Williams.
Oh.
And how costly will that prove to be? Goodness me.
Quietly,
You
please.
can't believe what he's just done. So uncharacteristic as well of Mark Williams to make an error like that, because normally his touch is spot on, as good as anyone in the game, but he's just handed this sixth frame on a silver platter to Mark Selby, and that will hurt.
Having done all that work to get back into the frame as well.
What a gift for the world number one.
3.
Well, as laid back a character as Mark Williams is, and you sometimes feel as though he's got ice in his veins, that could take a bit of getting over. Would have been disappointed not to clinch the frame in any case there, but he had a great chance to put Selby in trouble. Instead, he seems to have handed him the frame.
Green, brown, blue needed.
You heard the gasps of disbelief from the crowd, and you saw Williams' body language. He couldn't believe it either.
Well, you could see the disappointment initially when he played that red down the cushion. He didn't get on the black properly, and then he messed up the snooker. It's cost him the frame.
And on those moments, can titles be won and lost? Mark Selby will be delighted.
17.
He must have thought that he might have lost the frame after failing to make the plant earlier in the piece when he built a 50-point lead, but it's going to be a two-frame cushion for the world number one once again. What a dramatic end to that frame. The closest we've seen so far, but it's gone Mark Selby's way. It was looking like 3-all at one stage. Instead, Selby restores that two-frame gap and now leads Mark Williams by 4 frames to 2. Frame 7 is coming up after the break. Mark Williams breaking off in frame 7 and wondering how much damage he did in the previous frame in terms of his chances of winning this final. In the previous one.
Well, I was just watching the two boys there, Phil, before we came back from the interval, and they're just looking at each other and smiling and laughing and all that. And I think Mark Williams said, "Was that okay?" And Mark Selby said, "Thank you very much." So it's been played in great spirit, but very competitive as well.
Yes, and I'm sure, although Williams was smiling, inside he must be really hurting right now, because that was a great chance for 3-all.
And when's the last time you ever saw him do that? He normally got great touch, hasn't he?
So that's 2 frames now that Williams has potentially lost through unexpected mistakes. Remember, in the 4th frame, he fouled the brown with his cue when he had a great chance, having just made a century to level at 2 at the interval, and now, having completely messed up the attempted snooker, he's lost another frame he might have won, so it could have been 4-2 the other way.
Yeah, you know, 3 frames to go, 2 more after this one. And the thing is, he could still come out of this leading the session 5-4. You know, he's playing well enough to do that. But of course, if Mark Selby wins this frame, then he's guaranteed a lead into the second session.
Yes, I think Williams now will be thinking 2 of the next 3. I'll take that.
Yeah, that's got to be his target.
They've contested 3 finals before, including the Shanghai Masters in China, which Selby won. Mark Williams won the German Masters in 2011. His last ranking title against Selby.
Well, just look at that for pace.
Okay.
Great return safety, I should say, for Mark Williams. Great pace and put the pressure on a little bit here. Yeah, as you're saying, Phil, I mean, it could have been 4-2 the other way. But also, as you say, I think if he comes out 5-4, Mark Williams that is, I think he'd be quite happy with that. Sets things up nicely for the evening session here in Beijing. I think you can see a red on this left-hand side, just enough to clip one. Just looking at something else. Well, perhaps he can't, because he probably would have been playing that if he could. Oh, what's he thinking here? Just looking to see if you can cut this one back into the corner. Well, there you go.
One.
Well, normally, Mark Selby's safety is spot on, but he made a mistake there.
Maybe it's because they've played so few safety shots that he's not in the safety groove. It's all been about the breaks today so far. And a couple of unusual errors from Williams that have proved to be very expensive. But if anyone can swallow that sort of disappointment, forget about it and stay in the moment, it's this guy. It's one of the reasons he's had so much success, that his temperament is just spot on. It's tailor-made for a game like this, which, as you know, Mike, as a former professional, can infuriate to the nth degree.
Yeah, it certainly can. It's nice when everything's going well, but it's when things are not going so well, that's when you have to keep your cool.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, well, it just seems to. This guy's a blotting paper, isn't he? Same with Mark. Another one, Mark Selby. He's a blotting paper. They just absorb it. Two great players, two great temperaments. But Mark's just like this. Mark Williams is like this all the time when he's on or off the table.
11.
There's a lot of banter on Twitter. Doesn't mind taking it. He dishes it out, but he'll take it as well.
And if he does go on to lose this final, I think he'll still back himself to make the Crucible. Remember, Ding Junhui was in a similar boat this time last year, had to win the 3 qualifying rounds, and in the event he did so very comfortably, and I would certainly expect Williams to come through if indeed that's what's required, but he might yet win today and not need to.
Certainly in good form.
18.
Yes, once today's out of the way, the draw will be made tomorrow. Well, there's only one guy certain of knowing when he's playing. That's Mark Selby, of course, defending champion.
Yes, first Saturday, the morning and then the evening sessions.
I'll tell you what though, Phil, where's this season gone? It's flown by, isn't it?
I know, it's scary. Sure someone's stolen a couple of months from somewhere.
26.
It does come around so quickly. And of course it's an extra special one this year, the 40th anniversary
33.
of the Crucible Theatre, which is so inexorably linked with the World Championship.
34.
Yes, and there's an anniversary dinner actually on the Friday, on the 14th of April, black tie evening. A lot of the ex-champions will be there, and if you wish to go, tickets are available. You can go onto the World Snooker website. I'm sure it's going to be a great evening. Our own Joe has told us our own Joe Johnson's going to be there as well. "40 years of the Crucible."
39.
The late great John Spencer was the first winner.
Yeah.
At the Crucible Theatre of Dreams.
And I know that the man who actually took the snooker, the World Championship, to the Crucible, Mike Watterson, took it there in 1977. He's done a little piece with Steve Davis as well for that anniversary. I'm looking forward to seeing that. And, well, the rest is history, Phil, as they say.
And what history, what memories. Too many classic matches to recall.
Well, this is becoming another one.
47.
This is a great standard from these two. It was expected. Sometimes we can build these finals up, Phil, and then they don't always come up to what we think they should be, but this one certainly has.
Yes, we've not had a scrappy frame yet. Ah, that's gone wrong.
48.
Yeah, the big question is, will he take anything on here? He shouldn't really, just close the shot. I mean, if he pushes the boat out here, he could be in trouble at the end of this session. But if we mentioned if he takes 2 out of the last 3, won't be too bad. Now, is he taking the yellow one? I think he is, you know. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not sure about that one.
48.
I think a 48-point lead, and we know what Mark Selby's like. I'm not sure about that shot choice. Who am I to criticise this guy? He chose to go for it.
It was brave, certainly, given the scoreline.
I just thought that was a bit borderline, though, Phil, at that stage, you know. 4-2 behind.
Well, maybe he looked at the reds and thought there are quite a few awkwardly placed. It was a calculated risk. It was certainly a positive shot choice.
It might backfire. Well, Mark Williams has got away with it.
This is their second meeting this year. They played at the Masters, and that was a cracker as well. 6-5 Selby at Alexandra Palace. He won the last 2, but it's Williams who leads the overall head-to-head 9-7. One of those not so vital statistics flashing up on your screen there.
Blue ball.
Yeah, just a little gap between the white and the red. Sometimes millimetres at this game, isn't it? Just one on that occasion. Well, there was always the possibility of running into that red. So another chance for Mark Selby to punish it.
Selby back at the table, 47 adrift. He's got a lot to do to turn this visit into a frame-winning one, but a chance to get back into the frame at least. And it's a big one, isn't it? The difference between a 3-frame cushion for Selby and a guaranteed lead at the end of the first session, and just the 1-frame advantage.
Yeah, that's why I'm very surprised at the shot choice from Mark Williams. I know he's having a go, but, you know, it could finish up being 5-2 and it could finish up being 7-2. That's the problem. Although he's not played that one very well.
6.
Well, things had to get a little bit scrappy sooner or later, and it's taken to the 7th frame. And we've still seen a 48 break from Williams. It has been a tremendous standard so far.
I just wonder whether Mark Selby might contemplate the double into the right middle here, come back for the black. Looking to probably keep things tight for the time being. Just taking the opportunity to nudge a red off the cushion.
Foul. Miss.
Yeah, I think that's going back. In fact, he might put Mark in from there, actually. Might put him in from there. Yep.
.37 the difference, 67 still there.
Well, there's been more safeties played in this frame than has the whole match so far. Boring this, Phil. Looking to avoid the yellow here. Get the cue ball back to bulk. It's pretty good. If it keeps going, it's very good. Oh, well, he's played one. Excellent.
The best tactical player in the game today, for my money, Mark Selby.
Thing is, it's the thought process, isn't it, and then the execution. He's got Mark Williams in trouble here, although Mark does lead in this frame. Well, I think he's played on the one there, the side cushion. Just clipped that one on the way through. But although the audience have applauded, I should say, he's left this red on, I think. Well, I think that just goes, but it's just the wrong side of that red. We can hold for the black and then take the cue ball around the table.
Not much margin for error, though.
Yeah, and if he tries to come back off the side cushion, he's gone into that other red, so I think he'll just hold the white there.
One.
Got to be careful here because he could hit the brown on the way back. You want to try and get as far down that left-hand cushion as possible. Now the angle, and well, close to the yellow pocket, or closer to it, would be okay. Didn't get far enough down the cushion.
8.
I think he's playing this full ball, trapping the white and sending it back up the table. Double kiss. Well, if you don't get it right, that can happen.
Mark Selby, 8.
Goes sideways. You see what he's trying to do? Send the white back up the table. That's a big mistake there from Mark Selby.
Should cost him the frame. Williams already 29 in front before that red disappeared.
I mean, that double kiss like that, Philly, obviously, if you play it well, it looks spectacular, you know, but you're just trapping the object ball. But if you don't get it absolutely spot on, you know, the white goes sideways. And the other thing as well, Mark Selby had a couple of options there, besides the one he played, so that will annoy him.
It's certainly a big frame for Mark Williams.
Well, Mark Williams could still come out of this session leading 5-4 if he gets this one. Slightly awkward, though, on this red. Made all the difference, didn't it?
Foul.
Oh, he's fouled himself. You said he's touched the red, actually. Mark Williams just fouled himself.
Well, he's played some good stuff in this final, Mark Williams, but he's made some unusual errors. That's the second time that he's fouled a ball. He also made a complete dog's dinner of the attempted snooker in the previous frame, which cost him. How expensive is this mistake going to be?
Yep, there's only 32 in it. Three reds remain, I should say.
Well, this really would be a hammer blow to Williams if he were to lose this frame now. Having had that opportunity to clinch it, he was 48 in front initially. Took on a couple of risky balls, which didn't prove costly. But that foul and the miss on the red could do.
Yes, and this is going to help playing the black as well. Get it back onto its own spot, especially where the last two reds are. No, anything but straight here. It's gone a little bit straight.
8.
You might have to play this with pace and rattle the cue ball in the jaws of the pocket.
And whenever you do that, there's always the danger of missing.
Well, he's screwing back. Well, he could rattle this. Not this time. Bit of side. Oh, well played. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. He can punch it in, get in behind the red. Well, I say that. Has he gone too straight? He looks like he's got enough angle to get over for this final red. Just these camera angles can... well, there you go. It's not. He hasn't got the angle, so my apologies. Anything but that.
And this frame getting bigger by the moment. Mark Williams has had chances to clinch it.
Yeah, and the problem he's got now is, of course, is that he'll play the black, but he's going away from this red. He's going to have to play this red from distance. Try and get that cue ball over to the right-hand side of the table. Any sort of angle. He was banging behind the red. Well, at least he stayed this side of the middle pocket. But this red is no gimme. Just 16 points behind now. If this goes in and he stays on the black, you expect him to win the frame.
Yeah, it's one of those where if it goes in, you'd expect him to win the frame. And if it stays out, you'd expect him to lose it.
Well, I think he'll knock this in. Just stun out for the black. It's like dead weight. I tell you.
Mark Selby.
But where's the red? Where's the red? Well, it could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse for Selby.
Yeah. Well, this is same for Mark Williams here, isn't it? Down the top cushion to stay on the black.
Well, he's gone for it in this frame. Is he going to do so again here?
I would think so.
This is a big shot for Williams.
Oh, that was miles away. Well, it's just got a little bit edgy. It's been free-flowing so far.
Both players very aware of the significance of this frame.
Well, will the world champion take on this red to the yellow pocket? He's bound to be on the blue. Again, it's one of those. Do I play safe? Do I go for it? Well, I think he's having a go at this, but he's trying to stay on the black. He's playing this with another element of safety. It's not far away, you know. It's not far away.
So it's all about black to yellow. If he gets this right, he's going to take a 3-frame lead for the first time. And this is going to hurt Mark Williams, laid back or not. He's had great chances to clinch this frame. He was first in, healthy lead. And then just now, after Selby had made a mistake with the safety, a golden chance to close to within a frame. Now it's in the world number one's hands.
Can't see him missing from here. Oh, I'll take that back.
Well, you said it, Mike. It's got very edgy all of a sudden. We've seen no real sign of that up until now. But both players, I think, conscious of how important this frame is. Well, Mark Williams looks like he might get out of jail now.
Ooh, just for a second there, I thought that might go in behind the brown.
And he will be mighty relieved because it looked as though he'd thrown this frame away.
Well, it might just for him, that knocking that yellow in and getting this frame might just turn around this first session.
Needs brown and blue to close to within one again.
Mark Selby will be not only disappointed, will be annoyed that he missed that yellow.
Well, it's been the scrappiest frame of the final by far, but definitely the most important. And Mark Williams is still very much in the mix as a result of winning it. Not convincingly by any means. He's fallen over the line there. Mark Selby had a great chance to extend his advantage as Williams shakes his head as if to say, I got out of jail, I've dodged a bullet there. But dodge it he has, and Selby's lead cut to a single frame, and he knows he had a great chance there to put himself 5-2 up. As it is, his lead just the one frame. Mark Selby 4, Mark Williams 3. 2 more frames to come in this session. Frame 8 is next after the break. The final of the China Open well underway, and Mark Selby still leading, but he'll know he's just coughed up an opportunity to make it 5-2. Missed what for him was a routine yellow after Mark Williams had squandered a couple of chances to clinch the frame, and it's Williams who wins it. And so this final is still right in the balance, 4-3.
Well, the thing is as well, fellas, you know, the red that Mark knocked into the corner was brilliant. And the black needed potting as well. But he's landed perfect on the yellow, about 4 feet behind it. When's the last time you saw him miss one of those, clearing up to win a frame?
Very unusual, but it just shows that even the very best feel the tension And that's
Thank you,
what
frame
makes this
8.
game so compelling.
Mark Selby to break.
That the nerves affect everyone. No one is immune, not even a player as great as Mark Selby. But Mark Williams will be a relieved man because he'd certainly have feared the worst there. It was looking like 5-2, which meant that, of course, the best he could do at the end of this session was be behind at 5-4. Now, well, still very much in the hunt. Had Selby won that 7th frame, this final could have run away from Williams. Their previous final in Asia went the distance of 19 frames. Selby winning on that occasion in pretty dramatic circumstances. There was some controversy in that one as well, wasn't there, at the back end?
Well, again, the safety from Mark Selby is poor. He's, you know, not been as good as usual. An early chance then for the Welshman in this one. Just got there.
It was a very thin cut, and when it's that thin, it's difficult to control the cue ball, but he did it pretty well there.
Nine. Sorry. 16. Seventeen. Two. $23. Mark Williams, 23.
Well, as we reach the climax of this first session, things just getting a little bit edgier, and that's entirely to be expected given the magnitude of the occasion and what's at stake. Terrific red, not ideal position, although he is on the green. It's not easy, playing into a blind pocket, looking away from the pocket he's trying to pop the green into. But in it goes.
Four. 5. 12.
We've talked about the importance
13.
of temperament in this game. Mark Williams has had some frustrating moments in this final already, inadvertently touching the brown with his cue, which cost him a frame. And then he made a mess of the attempted snooker, and then fouled again in the previous frame, which looked as though it would cost him.
18.
But of course Mark Selby missed the straightforward yellow when he looked set to move 5-2 in front. But both of these players so adept at staying in the moment and forgetting about previous frustrations. He's not happy with that one. You saw he didn't pot it cleanly, and that's why he's the wrong side of the blue, and that's why you saw the frustration etched on Selby's face there.
Well, this might not be too bad. It slows down.
24.
Well, he nearly landed on that red. He's trying to get into the bunch. So it would just be a safety coming up here. There's a chance, just clipping off the pack here, the left-hand cushion. He might get in behind the green.
Mark Selby, 24.
So the pace has slowed here after that flurry of breaks in the early stages of our first session of the final. Things getting a little grittier. And of course, Mark Selby, tailor-made for that kind of snooker. But two big frames here, this one and the last one to come. The difference potentially between 6-3 Selby, 5-4 Williams. 6-3 would be a very handy lead to take into the concluding session. Nothing between them really in this one, just the 1 point, and still 83 on the table. Wow.
Well, he looked at it long and hard, didn't he? Great pot. I thought he was going to about to play the, well, he was about to play the safety, but, and then he found that one. I think he's on the blue here, but it looks a little bit straight to get close to these reds.
Fabulous pot, wasn't it?
Oh.
Worth the wait.
Well, I think he might refuse the pot here, you know, Phil. I think he'll play off the yellow and try and lay the snooker. And he's looking at the blue. But he's got to avoid the green to get on this left-hand red. Can't get close to this red, not from there. Oh, he's done well there. A little nudge on the brown helped as well. Yeah, he couldn't do any better than that, really.
6.
But if you can pop this one in, get himself nicely on the colour, back in good position. Hopefully on the blue to split those 4 reds. Might just stun around the back of the black here. Played it well. Slow down though.
7.
No, it's gone to that side cushion. Don't know whether he applied the blue from there. The yellow is a better option.
If Selby wins this frame, of course, he guarantees some sort of advantage going into the final session, which takes a bit of the pressure off.
Well, I think he's taking this on to get close to this red on the top cushion. He's gone to split them. That's unlucky.
9. Mark Selby, 9.
Oh, that's a great shot there. It's got Mark Williams bang in trouble.
Snooker on all reds.
Don't know, has he got there? Don't think he has, you know.
Oh, a miss.
And again, there have
Mark
been
Selby, 4.
tables this season where I think that would have reached. These conditions are still extremely fast, but not perhaps quite as lightning as
It was definitely
one or
the
two
right
tournaments that we've seen this season.
Can you bring it up, please?
Jan Bahas asking for the still frame, which is a very good one. It's an overhead view with circles to
Okay.
indicate exactly where the cue ball in this case or other disturbed balls were. Take 2, a bit more pace.
Well, the red is on, but there's no real percentage in it. I mean, you could drop it in and play the snooker behind the black. But you could also rattle the red and leave it there. I think he's already looking for safety. Massive frame this, Phil, in the context of this final. Didn't play that very well. Oh, he's had a bonus there.
Shake of the head from Selby. I think he was almost embarrassed at seeing the cue ball there. That's what Mark Williams thinks about it. Yeah, Selby's safety has been uncharacteristically ordinary today, hasn't it? Of course, we didn't see much safety in the first few frames. It was all about the breaks. We had 3 straight century breaks. But since the interval, things have become a little more tactical.
Yeah, that's nicely done. Yeah, I mean, you did the match with him and Kyle Wilson yesterday, Mark Selby. I was involved with the one with Steve Maguire. Mark Selby did have a bit of an in that one as well.
Yeah, the 5-1 scoreline was a little unfair on Maguire, wasn't it? He didn't have much rub of the green. Another player, of course, who could have sealed a seeded spot for the Crucible had he gone on to win the title. Wasn't to be. So he's got to come through qualifying. Maguire, former UK champion. Another player who, if he does, will not be welcomed as a first round opponent by any of the seeds, given his calibre. Former World Championship semi-finalist on a couple of occasions, Maguire.
Oh, he'll play off the right on red here. There's a possibility he could play the cross double into this left corner, but obviously safety in mind initially. Oh, well, that is unbelievable. You'd rather be a mile away than do that.
Thank you. Quiet.
So close to making it, and he's left it right over the hole.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with these as well when you're trying to just float this red in for the black. It's all about pace, getting that cue ball away from the pocket, but that was so close. In fact, I think some of the audience, when that red was halfway across the table, Phil started clapping there, thought it was in.
So a great chance now for Selby to once again put himself 2 frames clear. Led 3-1 at the interval, 4-2. Now it's looking likely to be 5-3 with 1 to come in this session.
No.
Didn't play that very well.
Nope, he finished the wrong side of the blue, so he'll just bring the white back roughly where it is now. Well, he could run through, actually, both reds go to the left. Easier side for a right-hander.
Still a bit of pressure on this, though.
Yeah, he's only got a 28-point lead, and this needs potting and holding for the black. Yeah, back in good position.
Right in the heart of the pocket.
Just a black and 1 more red needed for a 5-3 lead.
Which means that the final frame of this first session becomes pivotal for Mark Williams. You feel as though he's got to win it, really. A 6-3 deficit, quite a significant one. Not irretrievable, but very tough when you're playing Mark Selby. Again, the crowd aware of the importance of that ball. It takes Selby over the winning line in this frame. And again, you have to credit his ability to put that missed yellow from the previous frame out of his mind when it looked like being 5-2.
30.
And just get right back on the horse again. And re-establish his advantage.
Yeah, these guys are pretty good at doing that. Just cancelling things out of the memory banks. That's what professional sport's all about, Phil, isn't it? Just take one on the chin, move on.
Yes, the very best are very adept at doing it, but it isn't easy.
40. $43.
That's the end of the frame. If you're watching in the UK, we're going to leave the live coverage now from Beijing, but you can watch the conclusion of this first session. Just one frame to come on the Eurosport player, of course. And if you're watching on Quest, stay with us for the final frame of this opening session. Mark Selby extending his lead to 5 frames to 3. So the question now is it going to be a 3-frame cushion for Selby, or can Williams win the last to close to just 1 behind ahead of the concluding session in Beijing later on today? Stay with us and you'll find out. Frame 9, the last of the session, is coming up after this break. Welcome back. The final frame coming up in the first session of the China Open final, live from Beijing. Mark Selby 5, Mark Williams 3. It's been a tremendous final so far. We saw 3 successive centuries.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Final frame of this session. Mark Williams to break.
Mark Selby made 2 of them. But since the interval, we've seen a few more mistakes. The tension just that little bit greater as the significance of these frames begins to really resonate with these 2 players. So much at stake. Mark Selby desperate for his 11th ranking title, and Mark Williams, of course, not only chasing his first ranking crown in 6 years, but also an automatic qualifying spot at the World Championship. He'll be seeded if he wins. He'll have to play 3 qualifying rounds if he loses, and Mark Selby knocking in an excellent opening red to get the first chance in this final frame of the session, and a 6-3 lead would be a very healthy one to take into the finale. A possible 10 frames to play later. The first 210 to be crowned champion, £85,000 for the winner, £35,000 for the runner-up. And if Williams picks up the runners-up check, he will remain frustratingly in 17th spot in the new ranking list, which means Ryan Day, his good friend and compatriot,
8.
will be a seed at his expense at the Crucible in just under a fortnight's time. And this is a good early chance for Selby. It's been a pretty eventful session, hasn't it, with Mark Williams fouling the brown earlier in the piece when he might have levelled at 2-all at the interval. Selby took advantage of that, stepped in with a century for 3-1, and then Williams had a great chance to close again to 3-all, but made a mess of a snooker, which was relatively straightforward, with just 1 red left on the table, and left them all up for Selby. Selby missed a sitter of a yellow when he looked set to move 5-2 in front. Williams clawing back to 4-3. But then recovering his poise to win that 8th frame. So it's been a really engrossing and compelling spectacle, this, Mike, and we've seen a bit of everything, haven't we?
Yeah, I've certainly enjoyed it. Still a little bit more to come, of course, in this frame. Who's going to take it, though? Big frame, this. You know, 6-3 to Selby. Mark Williams is not out of it, but he'd prefer 5-4, of course.
16.
But it's been very entertaining. Last couple of frames just slowed down a little bit edgy. Understandable, because we had an absolutely flying start. But the Englishman in early
70.
in this final frame of the session, and this is a massive frame, you know. 6-3, Mark Williams comes out all guns blazing, takes the first 2 tonight. It's game on again. But, the first 2 tonight could be very important indeed.
Well, it was an excellent long red that set up this chance for Selby.
Yeah, and I think Mark Williams would be disappointed. As you mentioned, there have been 1 or 2 incidents in this match where, a couple of frames, at least 2 frames, could have gone the other way.
25.
Well, there's been less than 2 hours of playing time. Beg your pardon. Just over 2 hours. About 2¼ hours we've had for best part of 8.5 frames. That's very good going for a final.
Yeah. He's lost the white there, though. Just hoping to hold the white at this end. Just skim off, sort of skimmed off the pack.
What a magnificent trophy that is, by the way, that they're playing for. Absolutely beautiful.
Wouldn't mind a couple of those on your mantelpiece, would you?
You need a big mantelpiece. Mark Selby and Mark Williams' silverware cabinet already chock full.
Being extended.
Mark Selby, 32.
So just 32. Handy lead, but Selby would have expected more. Is he going for this red?
Yeah, he's just looking at the one left of the pack. No, not now. Changed his mind. He's playing the safety. Big frame for the Welshman, of course. This looks pretty good. Mark Williams' safety has been very good in this match, actually. Mark Selby's not been as high standard as he normally is, but he's still 5-3 in front, with a possible red here to the left corner, which I think he will take on.
Steeling himself for what could be the beginning of the end of this frame, if he nails it. But having failed to pot it, a chance for a counter-attack from Williams.
They've certainly gone for the shots, both of them, in this first session, Phil, and neither of them have held back, have they?
No, the snooker has been every inch the quality that you would hope for in a final. Again, some distraction in the crowd.
Well, that wasn't to be sneezed at, was it?
Wisely stepping back, regrouping. Big frame for this man.
Six.
The final they played 6 years ago in Shanghai was a very dramatic occasion as well. It went the distance, of course. Mark Selby winning the last 3 frames from 9-7 behind to clinch what was then just his second ranking title, and there was controversy in that final, as I alluded to earlier, with Selby at one stage snookered on all reds, a hit and hope from the world #1. And Mark Williams was of the view that he'd hit the pink rather than the red. They were so close together, it was very difficult to see, even on multiple replays, what had happened. And Arian Williams, the referee for that final, initially felt that Selby had hit the red. Williams disagreed. Williams, Arian that is, then changed his mind and then changed it again after repeated viewings. In the end, it went Selby's way, that frame.
13.
And he won the next 2 to win the title. I think it's safe to say that Williams was thrown by that incident and didn't recover. But that was a long time ago now. There's a lot of respect between these two. They know how good they can be.
And referee Jan Verhaas just asking for 1 second because the pink has to go behind its own spot. Well, this could be a very important contribution here for Mark Williams.
Yes, I think given everything that's happened, and Williams has got himself into trouble a few times, the self-inflicted variety, he'd be pretty happy with a 5-4 deficit.
20.
Well, everything to play for this evening, even at 6-3, but, you know, 5-4, and notwithstanding the China Open title, check for £85,000. But of course, for this man, as we keep alluding to, a top 16 spot at the Crucible Theatre in a couple of weeks' time.
Well, that really is the icing on the cake, isn't it, if he can achieve it tonight.
28.
But how delighted would he be to lift a 19th ranking title? Now in his 43rd year, he's seen the likes of contemporaries Ronnie O'Sullivan and John Higgins winning big titles this season. He'd love to get involved as well.
Wow, that's a lovely little cannon there, just to nudge them open. Took a little bit of a calculated risk, but he should win the frame now. I'll tell you what, it's going to set things up nicely for the second session, Phil, isn't it?
Well, I think on the balance of play, it would be a fair reflection of what we've seen. Selby with the marginal advantage.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
43.
Mr. Hendon and Mr. Johnson will have the pleasure of that one.
44.
I'm sure that they're looking forward to it. That could have been better. This red to the middle is no gimme.
It certainly isn't.
I think he played on the other one, to be honest, just under hit it.
This is missable.
Oh, wow, what about that? I mean, we talked about the red that Judd Trump knocked in the right-hand middle for his maximum, but that was as good, especially to get back for the black.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? The pot was hard enough, but to cue it so well that he was able to screw back to stay on the black. That's one of the shots of the tournament.
Yeah. And at this stage as well, at this juncture, because he knew that if he'd tried to drop it in and go on to the blue, he was leaving everything to Mark for Mark Selby. But now, with that terrific red, I mean, he's only got half the pocket to aim at.
Yeah, if he'd missed it, Selby could have stolen this frame. That was a big moment and real bottle shown by Williams. Another
60.
trademark of his, steely nerve under pressure.
Well, he's got plenty of that, hasn't he? But he won't be best pleased with that shot because he's landed dead straight on the blue.
Yeah, he needs another red. And this isn't a gimme for frame. 33 the difference.
65.
Red and the colour required.
Yeah, I mean, the red goes, but he needed that cue ball back another foot or so. It was the red to the blue which was poor.
Is there to be another twist in this final frame?
Huh.
Another big shot for the Welshman.
I don't think so.
He passes the test once again, and I think he'll be more than satisfied after what has been a very entertaining and eventful session.
Certainly has.
To be just that one frame adrift.
Well, this is the appetizer for the main event later.
71.
Yeah, both players I think will shake hands feeling pretty happy. Selby that he's in front, and Williams that he's only one adrift. Selby was in first, remember, in this frame, knocks in a brilliant long red, made 32, ran out of position. And Williams has countered very impressively. A couple of really nerveless pots in this break that could have gone wrong.
79.
And he could have been staring at a 3-frame deficit. That would have taken a fair bit of retrieving, but just the 1 frame means this match and this final
81.
is very much in the melting pot. What a second session it's going to be.
Yes, you won't want to miss it.
84.
12:30 UK time for the resumption. Possible 10 frames still to play.
88.
Well, it'd be great to finish with a century.
And what a break this has been, and what a time to produce it. Williams showing just why he is one of the modern greats. Tremendous composure.
99.
Determination to win. Pure class. A brilliant way to end what has been a fabulous session of snooker. Let's hope for more of the same later on today in Beijing. That's 4 centuries in those 9 frames, 2 apiece, and Mark Williams very much back in the mix again. He might have fallen 5-2 behind, he might have fallen 6-3 behind, but in the event he has stayed with the world number 1 and world champion, and there's just a frame between them. After 9 frames it couldn't be tighter, and it's Selby who has the marginal edge, but he'll know this final is far from won. Williams still has a great chance. Selby leading 5 frames to 4.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
First to 10 becomes China Open champion. Mark Selby holds a slender 5-4 advantage over Mark Williams after their high-quality opening session. £85,000 to the winner. Mark Selby to get us underway again. Looking for ranking title number 11. For Williams it would be number 19. Between them they've been in 50 ranking finals. Selby 20, Williams 30.
Yes, and what an important frame that was this afternoon, that last one for both players. Mark Williams to stay in touch at 5-4, could have been 6-3 down had he not won it.
Well, Mark Williams 7.
Won't be too concerned about that. More concerned about not leaving a red on.
Six years since Williams won a ranking title. 2011 German Masters. It was Selby he beat in the final at the Tempodrome. That was the first of the German Masters. Of course, a very popular event on our calendar. It's his first final for 2 years. He lost to Joe Perry in the Players' Championship 2015. But Mark Selby has won 3 already this season, the Paul Hunter Classic, and then 2, well, the 2 biggest apart from the World Championship, the International Championship and the UK Championship. Started this week, played 2 really bad frames from his point of view against Adam Stefanoff, the Polish amateur. Couldn't do anything, but eventually in that match he made 3 centuries.
Yes, he had another tough one, didn't he, with Andrew Higginson. And they just won that one 5-4. But he started to play exceptionally well, as has Mark Williams. Both these players playing at the top of the form, and that's another good safety. No easy path back to balk. So this could be a half chance if he's got the angle to miss the reds.
Just briefly saw Barry Hearn in the audience, the World Snooker Chairman, who has presided over the huge expansion of the circuit the last 6-7 years.
Yeah, well picked out. Played it as a shot to nothing, but he can just touch the yellow and leave Williams in big trouble.
Yellow pot.
Good pot.
Mark Selby 1.
The last 3 times these two have played, it's gone to deciding frame finishes, including the most recent at the Masters, where Williams was unlucky in their decider. He got a horrible kick with a good chance to win frame and match. Lost 6-5.
Well, possibly trying to land up to the two reds on the black cushion. Just got to hit just before the middle pocket. Looks good. Yeah, just caught it. Well, it was a big target to try and get the cue ball in behind those four colours in the baulk area, but didn't have the angle on any of the reds to try and get there.
Barry Hearn there looks absolutely gripped, doesn't he, in the background? Of course, he started in snooker before he met Steve Davis. He ran snooker clubs, owned snooker clubs, and one day Steve walked in, and my word, what a meeting that was! It was like Lennon meeting McCartney.
Yeah, been a great partnership. Well, the red's nicely spread, and there is a couple of reds on, but very risky to take them on. Could have done with missing the yellow. Would have likely been a snooker. Still a good safety. It's a big target though, those four colours in the baulk area. Needs to miss the green. Oh, and if it had missed the green, it would have been good. So maybe a half chance here, the red just behind the pink. Well, he's looking at taking this red on to the right corner and looking at the gap between the reds to try and play it as a shot to nothing. But if he missed the red, the cue ball wouldn't go where he intended it to go. But he's taken it on. Found the gap nicely between the reds. And that was well worked out. Expected to pot it. Look where the cue ball is. There's Jason Ferguson there in the background. our snooker chairman. He's a little unfortunate to have brought that red down the table, but you never know where it's going to go when you play it at speed into the reds. This red is on to the middle, and it'd be on the brown. Well, great chance now for Mark Williams. Black out of commission, but blue and pink readily available.
He's always been a good traveller, Williams. He's won 6 ranking titles in Asia, 3 here in China and 3 in Thailand. And the 3 in China are all this tournament, in fact, 2002, 2006, 2010 China Open.
8.
And of course he lost that epic Shanghai final to Selby 2011. When there was the hit and hope out of the snooker from Selby and it wasn't clear what ball he'd hit, and it turned the match round from 9-7 down. He won 10-9. But this is a huge match, not just because of the Crucible actually, but for Mark Williams to prove that he's still a big tournament winner. He's seen John Higgins, he's seen Ronnie O'Sullivan, his great contemporaries win big titles of late.
Yes, and if he should win this tournament, he'd have done it in style, beating Selby, Higgins and Murphy. 3 great players.
$22. 28. 29.
There's not many better around the pink and black area than Mark Williams. Just strokes the ball in nicely. Nothing hurried about it. I'd have liked to have been straighter on this red to the left corner. Just a little awkward where it is now.
$36.
Couldn't have played it any better though. Developed the other reds at the same time and finished absolutely perfect on the blue to drop in behind these 2 reds.
$41. 42. 47. 48.
So that's the last of the easy reds.
Well, red and a pink, he'd lead by 67 with 67 on, but of course the black at the moment
54.
is not in a potable position.
55.
He'd like to get rid of another red, but as David said, with the black out of commission, could be worthwhile just putting this red over the corner,
61.
trying to force Mark Selby to pot it. Better in, and that makes absolutely sure of this first frame.
Yep, 2 on the spin then for Williams from 5-3 down. He levels up.
Selby had that first chance with the red to the middle. It was a tough one.
Yeah, and Selby's always had the edge in the match. It hasn't been level since literally they started at 0-0. Led 3-1 at the interval, with a couple of centuries early on, Mark Selby. But these long matches, and we'll see it, of course, at the Crucible, the beauty of them, they can ebb and flow in one direction and then the other. So Williams plays his little trademark shot here. Just avoids being off. 68 from Mark Williams to start this final session, which promises to be very dramatic. And from 5-3 down and under pressure in the last frame of the first session, he's levelled up here in Beijing. All square, 5 frames all. Frame 11 of a possible 19 getting underway. Mark Williams breaking off. He won the last frame of the first session, the first frame of the final session, so we're level at 5 all. Mark Selby's won 3 ranking titles in China. That Shanghai victory over Williams that I mentioned, and of course China Open here 2 years ago, International Championship in Daqing this season.
Yes, always risky, taking those long reds on. Cue ball only has to move a fraction for the length of the table, and you've missed the red.
What do you reckon Ryan Day's doing right now, Joe? Is he watching this, or has he gone for a long walk?
Well, it's hard to say really, because there's so much depending on this for Ryan Day. Of course, he's good friends with Mark Williams, but I'm sure he's not rooting for him today.
Mark Williams.
And that's a let-off. He's certainly played well enough Ryan Day to be in the top 16, but so have so many others. Well, look at that. It just passes through the middle of the 2 reds. That was tight. Held it too well.
Played terrifically well in a great match yesterday with Karen Wilson to win 6-4. He had a great first half of the season, Selby, when he won those 4 ranking titles. Since the new year, not quite as stellar, but he has come into form this week.
Yes, you can't keep a good man down for long. I'll try to develop more reds, which he has done, but not ideally on the next red.
24.
He's got one to the middle and one to the corner. Right in the middle.
25.
Doesn't want to rest on it. But you can see the yellow at least. And the way he played that shot gave himself chance of 3 reds. Just run a little far for the blue to be absolutely perfect. Held it well for this red at the back of the pack.
33. 34.
You just can't see this being anything but close. Both of these players playing exceptionally well. Both made 2 centuries apiece in this final so far. And both players trying to win it rather than trying not to lose it.
41.
May try and just touch these 4 reds here.
42.
A little skim off them would have developed them nicely. Choice of black or pink. Look at that for a picture. Full house. Great atmosphere. And not a cough to be heard.
Or, hopefully, a mobile phone.
I think there's more chance of the mobile phone. Now the pink gets him to this red to the left corner and puts him 42 points in front.
48.
If he could take these 3 loose reds, he wouldn't need, with big colours, he wouldn't need those 4 reds.
49.
Has the angle to disturb them. Just. And didn't work out. So this frame not over yet.
55.
Well, if you could get on the baulk cushion, somewhere near the baulk pocket, the green pocket, That would be a pretty good safety shot. It's a little risky to play it. Just get a little bit too much side on, you could get the cannon to the red. A little too hard and you could leave the red on. But I think it's worth playing. If he doesn't play it, then Mark Williams will play it the next shot if he just touches the balls. That's what he's playing.
Mark Selby, 55.
Now let's see if Mark plays that shot. He could put Mark Selby in trouble.
He's asking for a re-rack. 49 behind. I think for once the jester doesn't want to be drawn into all the laughing and joking.
Well, it could be touching ball that, and that makes a massive difference.
Touching ball. Is it not?
Well, the touching ball's been called. Williams has queried it. Jan Baas is having another look.
No, he's right. It's not touching.
And he says, no, it's not touching.
Well, it's a sign of a good referee to admit that he was wrong.
Go from this side now. No. Settle down, please. Thank you.
How is it touching this time?
Touching ball.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play the cue ball into the green area, the green pocket area, because he could play safe off this red to the right of the black. And Williams may be able to put Selby back in trouble. So pushing the pink safe. And that's going to make it more difficult for Mark Williams. Just a little too hard. Well, it looks like the red doesn't go, so maybe try and play the red onto the blue, push the blue safe. While at the same time concentrating on that cue ball, which has got a good one. Oh, I didn't want to bring the pink off the cushion and leave the red on.
He looked in as well, this red, but as you say, he's brought the safe pink out.
This isn't easy to get onto a colour from this red. Got to play it with a lot of topspin on the cue ball and try and bend it to take the black into the same pocket. See how he plays this. Good pot, that caught the red. He's still on the pink though, with one more open red. He's concerned about getting the cannon to one of the baulk colours, the brown in particular. Well, what a super positional shot that would have been, just a fraction harder. He couldn't play for the red into the right corner with the brown being on its spot.
Mark Williams, 7.
Caught it too thick. Can he be tempted by this red? If he plays a little screw back, he'd have a nice angle on the pink. Oh, he's very close to those reds. Very close.
Yes, he's perhaps not as slim as he was when he won his first ranking title 21 years ago as a teenager, or just turned 21 actually. Breathe in, Mark.
Or move the red. Well, does this red go? Hard to see from that angle. Doesn't look like it from there. Well, that's one red off the cushion. Well, Mark Williams quite happy to keep playing this, and the referee won't let it go on forever.
Touching ball.
So touching ball, and maybe you could play that cue ball somewhere behind the blue. Could even put another colour safe. I think the only one you can see is the black, so
Mark Selby, a very wily campaigner, great match player, but he's playing someone in the same mould in Mark Williams, 25 years a pro.
yes, that looks a good spot to me, somewhere around about there. A little harder would have been nice, but this is still tough. Oh, he's overcut it. How do you overcut those? So 42 points the difference.
One. Four.
So he could do with a black off this red, and Williams would need snookers. If he takes one of the bark colours, he's going to need another red, and there is one available, so it's not imperative that he plays for the black.
Still needs to pot this though. He could have done with coming a bit further across. It's a right old stretch. Look at that, a toe on the floor.
Good pot. Played for the black. And again, he could have done with just a little bit harder, but put all his concentration into the pot.
So the black will put him 54 in front with 51 on.
Yes, this is one of those positions where you don't really want to play good position on the red. Played a little bit harder so that black comes away from the pocket and he doesn't leave an easy red on.
Mark Selby, 5.
Wasn't easy, that black. Just needed it. But for me, he did the right thing, and now Williams has got to get onto the black from there.
1.
And that's not ideal. Has to go in, this. Or a colour has to go in. Good pot. That keeps him in the game.
8.
Not Nothing wrong with this man's bottle, that's for sure. And brought the pink into play, but the same scenario. He needs a colour. A big colour. 38 in the game. The green no good. He'd only be able to tie.
Mark Williams, 9.
So he's got a hope that Mark Selby misses this red. Otherwise, Williams is going to need snookers.
Just got it.
Yeah, good shot, but every chance of a snooker here in behind the black. Make sure the red goes safe. I wouldn't expect Mark Selby to miss this one off 2 cushions. Well played. Tap on the table from Mark Selby. I wouldn't have that one back either. Yeah, just got it too much. So a chance to put this game to bed. Still anybody's game at the moment, 1 snooker. That makes short.
1.
Real tough frame, but 2 real tough match players here, giving everything, both of them. Mark Selby has never been behind in the final, and that pattern continues. He lost the last 2 frames, but he's won this one.
7. 9. 12.
He's been world #1 Selby since February
16.
2015, and he's going to stay there for some time, it would seem.
Yep, even if he doesn't win the World Championship, can't be caught.
16.
And he wins an epic frame here to re-establish his advantage. Some hard match play there, wasn't there? Neither player giving an inch, giving a centimetre. And it's Mark Selby pleased to have come through it. And he edges in front at 6-5. Remember, 10 the target to become China Open champion in 2017. We'll be back very shortly with frame 12. Frame 12 getting underway. Mark Selby breaking off. He's got his lead back 6-5, having lost the previous 2 frames. Seemed a long time ago that he made that 55 break, but that gave him the lead in frame 11 and then a lot of safety, but eventually he did enough to get over the line. 2 frames to come before the last interval of this final. Well, a full-blooded attempt from Williams, but he's left the red on to the middle.
Yeah, just what he didn't want to do, Mark Williams. Give Selby a chance to take a 2-frame lead.
1.
He might have been okay there. The cue ball just flicked another red and stopped it going down to bulk. That was the problem, really.
Well, now he can open more reds up
8.
off this red to the left corner. Doesn't want to finish under the cushion.
9. $16.
Might just be able to stun across for the black into the same pocket. No, couldn't do it. So up for the blue, played it well.
$22.
Yeah, doesn't really want to play for the pink because when the pink respots, it stops that red going into the same pocket as this one. Easy enough to play for the pink, but that robs him of the next red.
$23.
Oh, this is a big shot coming up. He's going to be opening reds up. And played it well. He just needs that cue ball to slow down. But should be able to pot the blue, come off the 2 cushions. For the red into that right corner. Well, just got to sit there and be patient. Stay positive.
Mark Selby, 29.
Well, he played position more than the pot there. He's got the position, and that's a real let-off, that, for Mark Williams.
1.
Mark Williams, another 40-something, challenging for a big title. Of course, we've seen Mark King, Anthony Hamilton, Stuart Bingham win ranking titles in their 40s this season. John Higgins, Ronnie O'Sullivan have won big invitation events in their 40s, but I think it's less to do with age and more to do with just who they are. These are great players.
Well, he couldn't have played that one any better and split them beautifully.
16.
Well, I think he expected a thicker cannon. This is a real tough pink or black.
This is a big moment, I think, in this final.
Well played. Great pot.
23.
He's always managed to look relaxed, Mark Williams. Doesn't betray how he's feeling inside, even if he is nervous.
24.
Just floats the balls in. And he knows this is a great chance to level up after Selby missed.
And if you can keep taking big colours, you won't need that red on the right side cushion.
$37. 38. 45.
Yeah, just could have done with coming a little further on this red. May have to go up for the blue.
46.
And just a little heavy. Has to come off the black cushion with a bit of side on the cue ball. Oh, that seemed to be a big bounce off the cushion there. Unfortunately,
51.
there's another red.
$52.
So 30 in front with the black, red with pink or black. Selby needs a snooker.
Well, he's looking at the score because he's got the absolute perfect angle to bring the red into play, but doesn't need to. The pink or black.
Or the blue.
60.
And that was an expensive blue that Mark Selby missed.
65.
Not over yet.
No one snooker required. Good 65 though from Mark Williams. And he's got Selby in a snooker.
Nice little rub on the pink. And a nice little kiss on the black. Well, he could try and stun him behind the blue, but it's risky. If he missed the snooker, might leave the red on, but he hasn't missed the snooker, and that's not bad. He'd need to swerve round the blue to hit the cushion in the correct place. And that's what he's going to attempt to do. Well, just got to be careful of the in-off as well here. Delighted. Yes, if he plays the red up and down, there is a possibility of the double kiss, and that's what he's afraid of. A little straighter on the red, and he could have played the red up and down the cue ball in behind the pink. But didn't want to take the risk on the double kiss, and just played the red safe. Couldn't have played that any better. Full 12 feet apart. Yes, when your opponent needs a snooker, try and lay one yourself. Eases the pressure. Well, frame's over, and Selby allowing Mark Williams to play the balls very sportingly.
Yeah, it was the missed blue from Selby that was key in this frame. It let Williams in for a 65 to get to the snooker's required stage. This is a real war of attrition. It's a great final, this. We've had some century breaks, 4 of them, some great safety.
6.
And of course the real excitement lies ahead, with still
8.
a possible 7 frames to be played. And right now they each need 4 to become champion. But worth reiterating for Williams, it's not just winning the tournament,
11.
it's getting that automatic seeding at the World Championship and having to avoid going to Ponds Forge on Wednesday when the World Qualifying begins.
15.
The World Qualifying, of course, will be live on the Eurosport Player from Wednesday.
20. 26 on the frame.
So Mark Williams levels up once again with one more frame to come before the interval. This final remains too close to call. It's Mark Selby 6, Mark Williams 6. Welcome back to Beijing. We've been blessed with some great finals this season. This is another one. Mark Williams has levelled up at 6-all with Mark Selby. This is the last frame before the interval. It's a real fight for this China Open trophy here this evening.
Well, he keeps taking those long reds on. He was closer with this one, but hasn't left anything.
You want to wreck them on? Yeah.
Well, it's one of the quickest re-racks I've ever seen. I think there's been 5 shots played. But we're going again. The stalemate developed. So this frame will restart. Remember, the World Championship, the final stages start April the 15th. There'll be 17 days live coverage on Eurosport and Eurosport 2. Can't fail to be a great event. Of course, it always is, but there's so many players playing well with all the tournaments we've seen this season. A lot of players fancying their chances, including this man, if he's there, of course.
Frame 13. Mark Williams to break.
Mark Williams breaks off again in frame 13, which has been re-racked 6-all in the China Open final, first to 10 to become champion.
Yes, and this time he left a half chance. Those are the type of pots that Selby normally pots. Yeah, good pot.
One.
Now, can he take the lead for the first time?
Three. Four. Eleven.
Information for commentators on Bundesliga. You are leaving at the end of this frame. You are leaving at the end of this frame.
12.
Well, had a little bit of check on the cue ball. Just look at the top spin there, and it does check a little bit, but not enough to keep the black easy. This is tough. Nicely played. And managed to hold for that red just above the blue.
19.
Pink goes to the middle, but could have done with being a little harder. Well, I wasn't sure for a moment. We never actually saw the pink drop, but and it's gone,
26.
and he's on the red. And seems to be getting stronger, Mark Williams. Oh, didn't want to flick the red. Wanted to just slide past it. Little shake of the head, but still on a red to the middle.
35.
Yeah, he's got a nice angle to go into them if he could just miss the pink. Well, I'm saying a nice angle, it could have done with being a little better.
40. 41.
And the wrong side of the pink. And now he can pot this red, but
47.
surely too risky to play it. He's playing it. He fancies everything. And what a pot. What a brave shot to take on that was from Mark Williams. Deserves to win the frame from that one.
There was absolutely no hesitation either. He didn't stand there for a minute thinking what to do. He went for the pot, he knocked it in, he's got them all out in the open with a great chance now to take the lead for the first time in this final.
54.
Which means he's won this mini session 3-1. But he's still got balls to pot before he wins it.
55.
Nicely on the blue.
61.
Blue to lead by 66, so he needs one more red as well.
What a good break this has been. Started off with that good long red.
67.
So 3 more frames for Mark J. Williams to become champion. The J has been used on the draw sheets ever since he won the Masters in '98, and World Snooker sent the cheque to a different Mark Williams, who was way down the rankings. Thankfully, he did return it uncashed.
$80. 81.
And this sort of snooker is the type that he was producing back then, when he really was at the very, very top. You can't write off the great players. It's not a century, but it's an 81.
Mark Williams.
A great shot in the middle of the break when he played the red opening the pack, effectively won in the frame. And Mark Williams has won 3 of the 4 frames played in this final session, and he's 3 frames away not only from the title, but from a place at the Crucible as well. Mark Williams leads Mark Selby here in Beijing 7-6. So the trophy is what it's all about, and the players are back after the interval. Mark Williams trailed, remember, in this match 5-3, but he made a break of 106 in the last frame of the afternoon session, and then 68, 65, 81, the breaks from Williams in this session to put himself 1 in front. But now it's the fight to the finish. And it could be some fight from what we've seen so far. These 2 great match players are really not going to give an inch from now on in. First time, though, that Selby's been behind this in the whole match. Mark's wife, Joanne, tweeted a picture. Mark Williams, that is. Wife, Joanne, tweeted a picture. Her and the family watching. I'm sure Vicky Selby is also glued to this.
Not touching.
Well, that ends the stalemate. Caught them just right. Excellent safety that from Mark Selby.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks.
Just allowing Jan Verhaas to see that he can just nick the edge of that red in case he misses the ball or hits the pink.
Foul. And a miss. Mark Selby 4.
Now there is a red on, I think.
Nav that up, please.
They're just going to check where everything was, I think, on the screen. Jan Verhaas, one of the great referees, now a WPBSA board member. He's become respectable in his old age.
Yeah. Mark.
Oh, so close. And very nearly judged the gap between the reds. Great attempt. Well, what a tough shot this is. He's trying to pop this with the rest. Done across the cushion for the pink into the right middle. The black doesn't go. And could leave plenty if he misses it. Well, he really is a terrific rest player. And the way he played it, he hasn't left anything apart from the red he was playing. Great shot. And if there's anything to go for, both players trying to win it. Mark Williams himself played a fantastic rest shot in the last frame. Won him the frame.
7.
Opened all the reds. Now I'd like to get rid of this red to the right of the black, stopping the black going in that pocket. Has got a couple of other reds that he could play, but this is the one that frees the black, and he might just play the cannon to the red, to the other side of the black. And nicely played. Judged it perfectly.
8.
So already played two very important shots.
Yeah, well, traditionally Mark Selby plays his best snooker, doesn't he, when his back's to the wall?
15.
Seems to bring something out in him.
$16.
Yes, both these players, great fighters.
$22.
And I thought he could have played for the red just above the black, which which would have taken him to the black. This red, a little bit more difficult to get position on, the colour.
23.
And the pink must go. And maybe this time he can play for that red. May even be able to play for that red just by the black.
$29. 30.
Black only going into one pocket at the moment. So
37.
it needs to be fairly straight on these reds. Maybe you can take the far red and open the reds a little.
38. $44.
The wrong side of the red, wanted to be straighter on it. And looks like if he plays a screw back to the cushion, he's colliding with the reds. Managed to avoid them, and he played that well. Has the angle to disturb these reds now. Doesn't need to, but it's a good chance to open the reds up. And that will do nicely.
Yeah, 55 to the good.
51.
With a wonderful chance to level up. Seems the one way
52.
to force Mark Selby to play well is going front against him.
Still needs a couple of reds.
60. $66. $67.
So Mark Williams needs snookers, but he's not going to get the chance to play for them. Exactly what Selby was looking for in the first frame back after the interval, having lost 4 of the previous 5 frames in this match.
73. $74.
So Selby looking to make his 3rd century of this final. And the 8th of the week for him.
Yeah, nicely played, bringing another red off the cushion. And nothing that he can do about it. Just try and prepare himself for the next frame. You could watch these two all day, couldn't you? This is top class snooker.
88.
It really is. It's great snooker between great champions. Players have won all the big events and still hungry for much more.
Yeah, potted the pink badly. That's why the cue ball didn't travel far enough. Yes, it's there.
95.
So this pink then, for his third century of the final and the fifth in total in this match. Oh, and he's missed it, would you believe it?
Mark
But
Selby,
he's won the frame,
95,
that's the important thing.
and a frame.
95 from Mark Selby to level up once again. This epic final has a possible 5 frames to play. Are we going the distance to a decider? Could well be, but that was an important frame for Selby. First one back after the interval, and he's won it in a single visit to level up with Mark Williams. 7-all, 10 the target to become China Open champion here in Beijing. 7-all, Mark Selby missed the pink on 95, but he levelled up. That's the important thing. First to 10 wins. By the way, if there's an internet outage tomorrow morning, it's because every snooker player on the tour will be pressing refresh on their emails, waiting for the draw to be made for the World Championship qualifying. Of course, it's dependent now on whether it's Williams or Ryan Day at the Crucible. But that draw will be tomorrow, and then we'll know who's playing who in the 3 rounds at Ponds Forge in Sheffield. Just a short walk down from the Crucible. It's 8 days qualifying to get through. The draw is 10 o'clock on the following Thursday morning, April the 13th. So we're level again. Mark Williams led 7-6 going to the interval. Mark Selby made a 95 break for 7 each.
Nice little flick on the brown. Leaves Mark Williams snookered.
Foul. And a miss.
Well,
Selby, 4.
he might be tempted at this red to the middle. If he plays down for the black, no, back it goes. Wouldn't have left a red on, but it was a tough pot to the middle.
Yeah, Mark. Foul. And a miss. Mark Selby, 4. Okay, Mark.
Well, that's just what he didn't want to do, skim off the reds. But this red is still a tough one to the middle. Well, can he get to that lower red? Oh, very close. Now can Mark see this? See this red? Thought it was in for a moment. Stayed on the edge.
One.
Well, they're good pots. And he's given himself a chance at this red to the middle.
8.
And that's another good one.
9.
2 excellent pots there from Mark Williams.
Eleven. Okay. 12.
Just about has the angle to come for that last loose red. Now he's got the angle
19.
to open the reds up a little, skim off them, go up for the blue, and nudge another one out.
$23. $24.
Oh, just got into it too much. Wanted to slide past the blue. It's potable, the blue, but can't get to another red.
$29. Mark Williams, 29.
Yeah, just got to be a little careful here. If he plays the red next to the black onto the other red, doesn't want to push one over the pocket. Well, made absolutely sure that he didn't leave that red over the pocket. But it cost him the kiss on the blue. But at least he hasn't left anything on. Yeah, maybe a chance here of getting the cue ball in behind the blue. Or he could play in behind the green. Chose the blue. Not a bad attempt. Just caught it a little too thick. But there's no easy pot there. Both these reds to left and right corner pockets. Cue balls colliding with other balls. So very risky to take one of those reds on. Too thin, and that's why he caught that middle pocket bump. So a thin cut, the red just above the black.
It's all about getting in here, isn't it? They're all there. If either one can. Williams 21 in front at the moment.
Yes, either that or play an extra good safety. If this goes in behind the blue, that could afford him the chance, and look at that for a shot. What a great safety shot that was, and that's what he played.
Yes, he's got his own Mark Selby sat-nav for shots like that. Used to great effect there to put Mark Williams in a spot of bother.
He'd like to land up to that red on the black cushion. But getting there, quite difficult. That red on the left side cushion is stopping the two cushion escape to that red. You could maybe try and land up to that red on the cushion, on the left side cushion. Both these guys, very patient players. Quite willing to wait as long as it takes. As we approach the 2-minute mark. But really does need some thinking about this shot, because should he leave a red on, the reds are nicely spread.
I mentioned earlier that Shanghai Masters final 2011 turned on Mark Selby being snookered. That was 9-7 to Williams. Of course, Selby played the hit and hope, and we know what happened next.
I've forgotten. What was it?
That was the business with the red and the pink.
Foul.
Not sure what he was playing. Well, whatever it was, I don't think it was that, but he wouldn't have it over. And as you can see, the red goes. It's a really thin cut. And he was just looking to see if he was going to go in off, if he played the shot. I'm not sure if you can hit the red behind the black and try and get the cue ball in behind the blue. May not be able to see enough of that red.
This would become like a match within a match.
Yes, it's tough this, because he can play the safety shot, but he wants to try and play the snooker. And if he can get to that red behind the black, that's a good ball to play. Well, that's a better ball to play. Would have been on a colour, but for the kiss on the red. Trying to get in behind the blue again. And this isn't far away. Not quite a snooker, but a great attempt. He knew as soon as he'd hit it that he caught it too thick. And now Selby wishes he hadn't put the black safe. Well, that's pretty tight, that red going in there. does go, but you'd have to be very accurate. He could have left something easier than this from that safety shot that he caught thick. There wasn't a lot of room there.
Oh, that's an opportunity missed for Mark Selby, and he knows it. And that's an opportunity missed for Mark Williams.
Yes, that was a better one, wasn't it?
It's getting a bit edgy.
Well, he's got second prize. He hasn't left anything easy for Mark Selby. Maybe a chance of getting the cue ball in behind the blue or the green.
By 2 points in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Stop token, please. Do again.
Excellent safety shot that from Mark Williams. Does this red next to the pink go to the right corner? Could be a danger of getting the cannon to that red on the cushion. Again, he couldn't have got any closer. Obviously the red next to the pink doesn't go. So a chance here for Mark Selby. Not an easy one. It wasn't easy. And neither is this red to the left corner. Cue ball's going into the reds. Wow, what a big shot this is. Great pot. Terrific pot from Mark Williams. Doesn't get any better than that.
No, particularly at this stage of the final. He potted some balls this week. He played that match against Sean Murphy in the quarter-final. At one stage he was snookered and potted a ball out the snooker one-handed. Not kidding, one-handed.
I believe you. Just slightly the wrong side of the pink. Had he been a little straighter on it, could have played for the red just below the pink. Now, may have to just trust to a little bit of luck and play it with a lot of topspin and at pace. Now, can he see enough of the red? Played it with a lot of topspin, developed the reds. Oh, no touching ball called, so he might just be able to get to the red. If he'd have known he could pot it, he'd have played better position. But he's keeping it going. 37 points, the lead now.
Well, of course, his nickname is the Welsh potting machine.
And he's earned that nickname with some of the pots he's got in his final. In fact, all week.
Yes, he's always been a great single ball potter, and of course that means you're able to take control of frames and indeed matches.
27.
Another good positional shot. 44 points the difference. Maybe a double.
Well, he needs red and colour.
Worth taking on. Could only leave the red he was playing on. And it's, oh, I was about to say it's there.
Well, it looked in that, but it stayed out. I think he thought it was in. Crowd was starting to applaud. And of course, had it gone in, Selby could only tie, but he would have needed blacks, and the black awkward, so that was massive.
Oh, obviously the red went. Excellent shot again from Mark Williams. Looks to be a snooker.
So Mark Williams leads this 15th frame by 50 points, possible 59 on. But he's got Mark Selby snookered.
Well, does this red go? Could be a chance to get the cue ball in behind the green. Again, this looks to be a natural angle to try and get the cue ball in behind the green or brown. Double the red across the table. Doesn't want it to hit the pink. Caught it just a little bit too thin. But a good kiss on the brown. Doesn't want to come past it. Wow. Very nearly left the red on.
Kind of feels like this is the decider. It's not, of course. Still another 4 frames possibly left after this one. All huge, though. Particularly whoever wins this frame, the next one is big, isn't it? Because if that player then gets to 9-7, then they become a big favourite, just one away. That's why so much care is being taken here by both of them.
Well, that didn't go according to plan. Good pot.
Yes, so at the moment Mark Selby can only tie, but of course look where the black is. He needs blacks. If the pink goes in, he needs snookers.
Mark Williams, 1.
Played that cue ball there just in case he missed the pink. So 51 points in the game, 51 on the table. And the black out of commission. Well, hit it well, but left a chance at this red. He's left the red on. Now, he can play the cannon to the black. Try and push it up over the middle. Well, that's worked out okay. He needs a good pot here on the black, though. Considering playing the pink. I'm playing for one snooker. And with the red next to the pink spot, wouldn't be a bad shot to play. Well, he's got to try and get the black back on its spot now.
6.
With that red behind the black spot, every chance of a snooker.
7.
But he's played for the pink. So the intention is to try and get the cue ball in behind the black.
Mark Selby.
And he's got it. And that's a good snooker. That's a very good snooker.
What patience he has, Selby, and what discipline as well. Thought that through logically, and well, it's worked in as much as you've got the snooker. It's just a question of whether Williams gets out of it.
Excellent escape from Mark Williams.
He's also cool, of course, under pressure. Just an update, by the way, I was saying about the World Qualifying draw. It's actually, World Snooker say it's going to be out tonight. So they've swung into action, or are about to when the final's over. Players will find out this evening what's happening later in the week.
Can just hit the red. Well, there was a few kisses there, but he may have the snooker. Big swerve. And just about hit it. But look where those 3 balls are. Down by the green pocket. Big, big target. It's going to be close. A fraction harder.
So Mark Selby still needing 1 snooker, 38 behind, with 35 on.
Got to be careful of the in-off here. Oh, and he's found it.
Mark Selby 4.
So snooker got.
Quietly, please.
Yep, so Mark Selby can now win this frame.
Needs a black. But every chance of another snooker here. And there it is.
Just turning that screw. There's the frame time, 40 minutes.
Just a little swerve. Oh, this isn't easy. Not easy to get the red safe without leaving Mark Williams with a good chance of a snooker. He's happy with this. Again, just a fraction short, but brought the black into play. I think he can swerve that one easy enough. But of course, it's where he leaves it. Needs a black off the red. So maybe try and get that cue ball in behind the yellow. Again, it's close. And this time he does get the speed right. Could have done with that red not going as close to the pocket.
Yeah, because if he hits this, he could well knock it in. And then it's frame over. But he hasn't hit it.
And that gives Mark Selby a great chance. Is this a free ball as well?
free ball.
Well, it's a free ball, but what does he do with it?
Quiet, please.
If he plays the pink, that's a tough shot. If he plays the snooker behind the brown, he leaves that red on again. That's gone as awkward as it possibly could for Mark Selby.
Yeah, and you can't put him back in because he could pot it this time.
One.
Well, Selby's been relentless in this frame, he really has, and he's now got his chance.
Yes, if he leaves the cue ball on the right side cushion, he'd be able to pot the yellow and hold for the green to the left middle. And that looks just about right.
7.
Need the extension on. What a steal this would be.
Yeah, like I say, it's been like a match within a match, and surely the most important frame so far of this final. Psychologically.
Now, need the extension again, or the rest. Needs to slow down. Just a little heavy. Got to come in and out of balk maybe. Or can he screw across the table? Two real pressure balls though. The green and the brown there.
$21.
Not ideal on the pink. Better shot at it.
Could not have worked harder, could he, in this frame? 2 balls away from stealing it.
A very, very rare miss with the rest from Selby. He's got second prize, he's got it safe, although the double is on, with a chance of the snooker also.
I think everyone in the game would have fancied Selby to clear up there. Just didn't quite come ideal though on that pink, needed the rest. And of course, there's a lot of pressure out there as well. So, Williams needs the pink. Selby needs pink and black in this epic 15th frame. I told you it was epic. 48 minutes and counting.
Well, should be able to send the pink round the angles. Try and leave it behind the black. Caught it a little too thin, and he's going to have a chance here, Mark Williams. And after all that hard work from Mark Selby, it comes down to this.
A frame Mark Williams looked certain to win, then looked certain to lose. He finally knocks in the pink to his great relief to lead this final 8-7. What an epic frame. Mark Selby had his chance. He did all the hard work, but he missed the pink finally with the rest. And a grateful Mark Williams knocks it in, and he's back in front. Well, that was a big frame, but this is also massive, because if Williams can get to 9-7, one away, then he's the big favourite. Mark Selby, so good at knocking the stuffing out of other players. That must have been absolutely gutting for him to not, having done all that hard work, got the snooker, to not make the clearance for once. Mark Selby not making the clearance. Two great world champions here. I just want to mention another one, Ken Doherty, whose mother sadly passed away last week. And she was not only Ken's biggest fan, but most nervous fan as well. She famously just couldn't bear to watch him. She got so nervous, even on the night that he won the world title, she went out, got back home and found out he'd become champion. And the trophy sat proudly on the top of her television all year. So we pass our condolences on to Ken. Obviously, 20th anniversary of that great triumph, but bittersweet, I'm sure, for him right now.
A little thin. Doesn't want the kiss. Well, it could have been worse. Cue ball needs to slow down.
Well, the most important frame in any match is the next frame. So what's happened has happened in that last one. Selby's just got to focus on what's in front.
4. 5.
Made sure of being the right side of the blue by playing for one of the baulk colours. There was nothing for finishing straight on the blue there, so with a big shot here, could do with playing for the red on the black spot.
Eight.
Well, not ideal on any of these reds. The one that gives him the best position is the one to the middle, but that's the most difficult.
Nine.
Didn't know where the cue ball was going. And he's left with a real tough blue or pink. Oh, great pot. But needs another one.
14.
And again, this is tough because he's got to play this with a lot of screw. Try and get the cue ball back for the blue. Change a shot. Another great pot, and he's the right side of the blue.
That's what I was saying earlier, though, Joe. It's almost like the worst thing you can do against Mark Selby is go ahead of him, because he's come out ultra determined in this frame.
Unbelievable snooker from both players.
I mean, let's be honest, the way that he lost that last frame, there'd be some players in absolute bits after that, unable to recover, but he's just
20.
kind of put it to one side.
And that's a great strength to have. And you're dead right. The way he's playing, he's put it to one side. Not interested in playing for the black. But as long as he keeps getting the right side of the blue, it shouldn't be a problem.
26.
Can win the frame with all blues.
27. $32.
Again, he didn't know where the cue ball was going.
30.
And with that red going right over the baulk corner, he's got to take this blue on now. And he's got to get it.
Well, this is just huge, this shot.
Could take the green, I suppose, but... And that's the one he's going for.
Either way, it's got to go in.
And in it goes. And he can pot the red.
What bottle, though? What bottle?
Holds his hand up. Nothing to hold his hand up for. That was a great shot.
37.
Oh, he's made a mess of that one. And that was so easy to get the cue ball out of baulk. So he needs another one. Well, he just keeps knocking them in, and that's why he's world champion and world number one. He's potted some real bottle balls in this break.
Yeah, he's got more bottle than your local milkman, this guy, Mark Selby. Just shrugging off that last frame. If anything, it's made him more determined.
48.
Well, now he could play for the black if he wanted, but I think maybe leave the black there. But he's played for the black, and, well, he hasn't got ideal on this black.
And they're all there if he misses.
He hasn't missed.
He hasn't missed, no. He's not missing at the moment. He's knocked in so many pressure colours in this frame.
And that was another one.
So another red and a colour, red and a black, and should be 8 each. What a response.
$57.
Well, you won't see many better breaks for bottle ever than this break. This is one of the best ever for bottle.
You just can't keep a good man down, can you? Mark Selby responds immediately with a great break
64.
to level up again. Is there any way this isn't going to end up 9 each?
65.
Yep, there's going to be a loser, and it's a shame there's got to be a loser because they've both given everything.
Of course, there could be two. This is a three-man final, really, isn't it? Ryan Day as well is involved in this. Watching through his fingers. He needs Selby to win, of course. He's won this frame with a great break of 70. Cracking break that from Selby. After the lengthy frame that he lost when he missed the pink with the rest, he's responded superbly. And that 70 break means we're all square again here in Beijing with a possible 3 frames to play in this final. Mark Selby and Mark Williams level at 8 frames all, with all to play for in this epic match here in China. Well, what a duel this is between these two. It's not quite high noon, but what an epic match. 8 each. Mark Selby with that 70 break, levelling up once again. So possible 3 frames left. We wait for Mark Williams to return, with each needing 2 to win the title. I guess it wasn't that surprising, really, because the last 3 meetings between these two have all gone to deciders, including at the Masters just a couple of months ago. And in terms of the finals they played, they've also been close. There have been 3 finals between them. Selby won 10-9 in Shanghai, Williams 9-7 in Berlin, and 4-3 in one of the European Tour events. Overall head-to-head 9-7 to Williams. But none of that matters now. It's all about what happens in the next hour or so, as Williams returns, ready for frame 17 of a possible 19 to decide who becomes champion here in Beijing. Mark Williams to break then. 8 each. Mark Selby 70 has levelled things up once more. See the distinctive trophy in the background.
Well, maybe able to play the cut into the left corner. Miss the black. No, didn't risk it. Well, very nearly got the kiss on the black, which would have made this red a lot easier, but it's still on. But my word, it's tough. If he catches it a little thin, cue ball could go into the reds. Well, didn't even take it on because the cue ball was going into the reds. Lots of left-hand side on the cue ball there, so he could hit the reds thin. And this also looks good. From where he was, that was an excellent safety from Mark Selby. Well, big target down that end of the table. Yeah, good shot from Mark Williams. play the 2-cushion escape here.
Foul. And a miss. Mark Williams full.
Well, didn't even wait for the cue ball to stop rolling there before Mark Williams gave him the nod. It's going back. So slight adjustment. And that will do nicely. Don't know anybody that plays that shot better. There's something really exciting about two top players like these two vying for an opening. Thinking of everything, where the red's going to go when he hits it, where the cue ball's going to go. And playing it so well each time. Although on this occasion, well, he's pushed a red over the pocket, but he's covered it.
Yes, it's fascinating viewing, isn't it? I think sport is at its best when it clearly really matters. And that's why so often attempts to dumb down sports don't work, because it doesn't really matter. But you can see how much it matters to these two, this final. And that's why the World Championship, of course, stands apart, because that is really the whole season rolled into one, that tournament. Whole careers defined by it, for good or bad.
Doesn't want it to roll off. Well, this is ultra thin. It's there. And what a good shot that was. Wants to be on the green. Doesn't want to be playing the snooker.
Four. Five.
Well, a little pacey for the blue. And the black is on, and it will spot. He's checked it. Oh, he's missed the black.
Mark Selby, 5.
And he's on the red, the one next to the pink. Well, that's a rare miss with the rest for Mark Williams, and it could be a game changer, that.
One.
He's got the right side of the black, but that red closest to the black spot, that's in a real awkward position. I think the black would spot and go into that left corner, but get into the next red. The three reds to the right of the black spot. Maybe if he could play on one of those, that could lead him to the black.
Eight. Nine.
Well, another good kiss on brown. He'd like to get the blue back on its spot.
So just over 5 hours total playing time between these two snooker warriors.
15.
And this is now a great chance. When he takes this red away from the pink spot, he'll be able to play for the pink, and everything should be okay from there on.
Twenty-one.
Of course, the first China Open, Mark Williams won 2002. That was the tournament where Mark Selby, who was still a teenager, attempted to go down to the venue 1:30 in the morning because he thought it was the afternoon. He was so jet lagged and confused. It's fair to say he's grown up a bit since then.
$27. 28.
In fact, he's become the man, hasn't he? World champion, world number one.
Yes, and surely one of his strongest points is his nerve, his bottle.
35.
Showed that in the last frame with all those shots to keep the break going.
36.
Yes, of course, he missed a black in this frame, but wasn't punished. looking to go ahead for the first time since he led 6-5
43.
earlier in this session.
$44.
That red next to the black has been causing him problems all the way through this break. And he could play the cannon to that red, but it's not guaranteed that he would be on it. So may play the cannon to those two reds just below the pink. And that's okay. He's on this red to the right corner.
51.
52 points in the game.
Time for the extended spider to make an appearance.
On Swan.
And, well, in fact, the swan neck has now come into play. There's all sorts under that table.
Yep.
I think it's quite apparent why it's known as the swan neck.
Thank you. 52.
Black to lead by 60, so he needs another red as well.
And this time he can play that little cannon to the red. He'd be on the other one.
Well, Mark Williams, it looked like he'd won arguably the pivotal frame of the whole final.
59.
To lead 8-7, the way he won it 50 minutes. Selby missed the pink, clearing up. But since then, Selby has just not looked back.
Yes, as you say though, David, he missed the black in this frame and Mark Williams missed that red with the rest. Very unlike him. But his second chance has been nothing wrong with that at all. He's just kept it going. And that should take him within one of the title.
Yes, they're both going to win badly. We've seen that from the way they've approached it. But clearly, it is a bigger match for Mark Williams for two reasons. The Crucible, yes, but also he's not won a title for 6 years. Mark Selby's won 3 this season.
67.
And suddenly all the pressure swings back onto the shoulders of the Welshman,
68.
who's going to have to win the last 2. If he were to go to Pons Forge and somehow lose in the first qualifying round, he wouldn't get a single penny, whereas the guarantee at the Crucible in the first round is 16,000. And also, of course, if he won the tournament, being the champion of champions, another big money event and all the rest of it. So, a lot riding on this for him.
76. $83.
What about that for a shot? Bringing the red into play. Blue goes to the corner.
Mark Selby in 5th place on the all-time list of century break makers with 465 to his name. Chance to make another one here and really drum home the point that he's
90.
found something special last 2 frames.
$97. 99.
He missed, didn't he, on 95, a few frames back, frame 14 on the century, but I don't think he's going to miss this green. Great break. Just saw Williams there actually just slightly applauding as the green went in.
106. 111.
Well, it's not just about skill, although that's very important in this game. It's also about the mental steel, and Selby has got more than enough of that, as he's demonstrated in the last 25 minutes or so.
170.
In goes the black for a 124 clearance, and it's advantage Mark Selby once again in this epic, dramatic, fascinating China Open final. He's one away from getting his hands on that trophy, and Mark Williams has got to win the last 2. So Mark Selby leads by 9 frames to 8. Stay with us, we'll be back very soon for frame 18. So it's 9-8 to Mark Selby in this terrific China Open final. And Mark Williams, first things first, will be looking to force a decider. He looks relaxed. He always does though, doesn't he, Mark? He's having a chat with Jan Haas, the referee. Covering his microphone in case anything he said that we shouldn't hear. A lot of people, well, most people in the game want to see Mark at the Crucible, even if he has to qualify. And certainly you wouldn't want to draw him first round if you're a seed. He could draw Selby first day, possibly, if he has to qualify. He could renew this rivalry. Anyway, that's all to come. Right now, it's frame 18.
Mark Selby to break.
So pressure on that man in the picture, Mark Williams, as Mark Selby breaks off, needing one more frame for victory. 9-8. And just because you think a match deserves a decider doesn't mean it'll get one. It's all down to the Welshman.
Could be a re-rack. Oh, what about that for a shot? But it seemed to spring off the cushion, the cue ball. Yeah, just wiping the cushion, because that was a great pot and could very well have had an angle on the black to open the reds up. Now it's going to be difficult to hold the cue ball for that red above the black. Well, you won't see many better shots than that.
8.
That red to the middle. And by the way, that black wasn't easy. Well, this must be so tight, even playing it with right hand side on the cue ball to try and help it in the pocket. No, doesn't fancy it.
Mark Williams.
Last minute change of heart there.
No.
Not touching.
Well, he's left a safety shot this time for Mark Williams. Try and put the cue ball dead on the cushion behind the yellow. Don't forget the rest.
Thank you.
Caught it too thick and needs a bit of luck. And he's got it. The black has come to save him.
Thank you. Foul. And a miss. Mark Selby.
Oh, had it kissed the brown, would have left the red on. As it is, may have the cue ball replaced.
Back. May I have it up, please?
So he could just about hit the edge with the reds behind the pink.
That's the screen there that they're referring to with the little circles on, which make it a lot easier for everyone to see that it's back right or not right.
No, it was like that. Foul. And a miss.
Well,
Mark
we know what's
Selby.
coming next. A warning.
Back again, please.
And of course, if he loses the frame, the match is over. So got to hit a red.
I'll start with the cue ball.
Well, he certainly can't afford to play that shot again.
Ryan Day sat at home shouting, "Play it again."
Bit more up, yeah?
Well, he knows what's coming here. The warning from Jan Verhaas. He's got to hit a red this time.
Thanks. I think we're good, Peggy. You know, I've got a warning, Mark, yeah? If you play the miss again, you lose the frame.
He's hoping he does. Where's it going to finish? Delighted.
Rather ironic apology there to Mark Selby. Good to see, though, even at such a vital stage, the players can just take a bit of tension out by just having a little joke. Yeah, I'm really sorry, Mark,
Please
for
settle
that.
down, please.
I didn't leave you a red on.
Well, that full ball kiss on black has left the cue ball down this end of the table. There's nothing there for Mark Selby. was queuing up as though he was going to go for that red, but playing this red, trying to get the cue ball in behind the black. Caught it a little bit too thick. But he's okay.
Local time, 11:05 in the evening. It's been such a battle. It continues to be.
Another very good safety. Problem with the red is hitting the yellow, but it didn't. Barry Hearn there, totally engrossed. Well, that could be the defining moment of this match. What a brave shot to take on from Mark Williams. Now, if Mark Selby could get the black back on its spot. It would be beneficial, but doesn't need to. Blue and pink available.
One.
Looks like he may be able to get through to the black. The red in the balk area. It's available if he can pot the black. Didn't look as though he could get to the black.
Five. Six.
A little heavy for the blue. Straight on the blue, but has a red to the left of the pink, so doesn't have to take the more difficult pink.
Eleven.
He's still a big if, but if he does win frame and match here, then for me the key moment was that 16th frame. He'd lost the previous one, having had a good chance to clear. Mark Williams looked like he won a pivotal frame there to lead 8-7. Selby made a 70 break, knocking in all sorts of great balls, particularly colours. He knocked in a great green. And it just showed terrific bottle and also the capacity to bounce back from disappointment.
Well, that does him a favour. Pink going onto the black spot. And this is a really good chance now. If we can get to the pink here.
19.
Just a little slow
25.
with that positional shot. The loped bridge.
Yep. 26.
Mark Selby's 20th world ranking final, looking to win his 11th title, but 4th this season. No one's ever won the China Open and the World Championship
32.
back to back, but if anyone is going to do it, it's this man. We know, of course, he's seeded #1 at the Crucible.
$33.
Right in the middle of that cluster. Goes to the right corner.
Well, he's not ready to throw that towel in, but he's just waiting to see if he's going to get another chance. He couldn't have given it any more than he has, though, Mark Williams.
Absolutely not. Well, judging by the body language, he may not be on a red. So it's looking like Mark Williams will be coming back to the table. had a very difficult plant there. A great plant maker, this man. But this is tough. Played that cue ball
39.
into a good spot in case he missed it.
So Mark Selby returns to his corner, leading by 41. Mark Williams delighted just to be back at the table.
Oh, well, what about that? What a great pot. But that cue ball has just run on too far for the black. And the green's tough. But the way he's approaching this match, I've no doubt whatsoever he's going to take the green on. He's got some insurance with a couple of red safe, yellow safe. Another great shot. And he's on a red to the middle.
4.
45 points in front. Another chance for Selby then to get this final one.
Five.
He just has this inner steel, Mark Selby. Never knows when he's beaten, and when he does suffer a blow as he did in that 15th frame, just seems to come back stronger from it.
Ten. $11.
So 58 points in front. He needs red colour.
17.
Mark Williams is going to need snookers. Having given it his all here this week and in this final, Williams, to get to the Crucible as of right. If Selby pots this pink, then Williams, barring snookers, is going to have to win 3 qualifying matches to get to the event showpiece. This is match ball. And he's missed it. Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
Selby.
So,
18.
59 in it, 59 on. Not over yet.
Well, did he... I'm trying to think how he missed that. Did he play
Quiet,
just
please.
a little quick because it was too easy? You can't believe it. All those pressure balls that he's potted, I don't believe that was pressure for 1 minute. But it's a chance now for Mark Williams. A slender one.
1.
Like to get the black back on its spot. Well, that's unfortunate, but he's got the black back on its spot and he's still in with a chance.
Mark Williams, 8.
Trying to play in behind the red, send the red down the table. And settle for that.
Put himself under it a bit, Selby, hasn't he? If he'd just potted that pink, it was basically over. In the moment, Williams could tie this frame with blacks, force a respot.
Yes, his problem is if he plays thin off the red, he could send it over that left corner pocket. Cue ball could hit the red or pink on its way back down the table. He's also considered trying to hit the red behind, send the red down the table.
.32 for this frame. We've had one much longer than that, though. That 15th that Williams eventually won.
touching ball.
Well, he'd like to have played a colour onto the cushion, but he can't see a colour. So next best thing is to try and get the cue ball on the cushion so he can't see that red down the other end of the table. Using the brown to cover the red. He's a long way off that one. And Mark Selby is going to get another chance here at this long red. It goes in. And can afford to go for it with the two reds reasonably safe. And in it goes. And that's going to take him to the championship.
Yeah, great all-round performance from Selby. 3 centuries, some great safety. Mark Williams has played brilliant snooker as well, but
4.
there's just something about Selby. You just cannot put him away, it seems, when he's in this sort of mood. He's going to be defending the world title 2 weeks from now, and he goes there full of confidence.
Yeah, he goes there knowing that he's stood up under pressure and he's playing well, and he's had to.
Well, good luck to Mark Williams in the qualifying. Would be great to see him at the Crucible. Great champion of this game.
$19.
So the master of brinkmanship has done it again. Another title for Mark Selby after an epic battle with Mark Williams here in Beijing. They both gave it absolutely everything, but in the end, it's the world number 1, the world champion, Mark Selby, who prevails by 10 frames to 8. He takes